Hello, everyone. It's me, the face. The slide, actually. Playing Alias, or Alias, as he's known. Let me get some music going. Boom. There we go. That should play music. If it doesn't play music, I don't know. It's been a day of that. How's everyone doing? Hope we're all having a good day, ready for some Blades in the Dark. It's oddly summery today. Sorry, I've got a plaster. I cut myself shaving. It's oddly summery in Britain today. And that is a bit of a pain because I've got a bright light right there that is putting off about 50 degrees of heat directly onto me. So I'm fucking boiling. But I'm ready to cut loose, drink some cocktails, and be the slide known as Alias. So I'm going to unmute and we'll introduce, of course, the rest of the party, and last and absolutely certainly not least, our GM. Brie. So let's go. Hopefully this button will work. Hi everyone.
Yep.
Hello, Tim. Happy birthday.
It is not my birthday.
Prove it.
Always your birthday.
It is not.
Prove it.
Prove it. I,
As the GM of this game, I hereby declare it Nick's birthday. You're welcome.
Yes!
Ah,
well, that shows me. Okay. Well, I'm going to leave it over to you now, Brie. It's your game. It's all you.
All right. Okay, so first thing I want to actually sort of go over. So in Blades, dice rolls have two aspects to them: position and effect. Position, which has come up a few times, can be controlled, risky, or desperate, the default being risky. And effects can be standard, or I've literally forgotten the actual names of the position, but
We could make up names.
yeah.
Top.
Oh wait, yeah, here we are. Great, standard, and limited.
Ah.
And obviously standard is not basic. So and that's basically what I'll do from now on is I'll call what obviously the player says what skill they want to use, and I'll say what position and effect using that skill. And I'll just, even if it is just risky standard, which by the way is a fantastic thing to be able to keep saying.
Risky standard sounds like a Jaeger from Pacific Rim.
Yeah, or a character from Shantae.
That works, yeah.
And something you can actually do is you can trade position for effect. So if you wanted to make a desperate roll, you could go from risky to desperate for increased effect, as long as you could explain why. For example, I think one of the examples in the rulebook is if you wanted to get across a courtyard and you had limited effect, but it was only risky, you could turn it into a desperate action and get standard effect to actually get across the entire courtyard by sprinting.
Gives us a lot of flexible options then.
Yeah. And obviously, when I say what the position and effect of the roll is, obviously you're always free to dispute that. And you can even argue if you want to that you shouldn't have to roll for something because I'm not perfect. There was a few times that kind of came up in the last session. And last thing is worth reminding everyone of: anyone can call for a devil's bargain.
Mm-hmm.
So just to recap, that's if someone's making a roll, they can either push themselves, spending 2 stress. Someone else can spend 1 stress to assist them, or they can call for a devil's bargain, which is a guaranteed consequence on success in exchange for an extra dice.
I love the devil's bargain. I think that's the best mechanic in this game, to be honest.
Absolutely.
always be devil's bargaining.
Yeah, and obviously any player can suggest a devil's bargain. It doesn't have to be me. But yep, I think that's about everything. So let's get to the session, shall we?
Yes.
Would anyone care to give a recap, or shall I do it?
I can give it a go if you want. I think I'm the only person who, other than you, who was in the last session. So...
Yep, that's fair. By all means, recap while I sip some beer.
Okay, so what we had to do is there was this house, right? And we had to go in there and find out what happened to the last people that had been sent in. I think they were Spark Rights had gone in there. And they'd not come back. So we went in and it was me, Alias, that is, darlings. Alias, Lancette, the cold and calculating medic, and also Bark, who is played by Iris but wasn't being played by Iris at the time, who is my bodyguard, of course, and is also, you know, a wrecker extraordinaire. And so we went in there, and Bark went and had a look at... Well, we went up the stairs, up a ladder. Bark went and had a look at a trap door, and then got grabbed by a demon, and taken, like, ripped into this tunnel. And we tried giving chase, and we couldn't catch up to Bark, and we lost Bark. We thought she died. And then we're trying to go through this whole place, trying to find this whatever. We didn't know it was a demon at that point. All we'd seen was a hand grab and gone. Like, it was proper horror movie stuff. I don't know about Lancette. I don't think Lancette freaks out, but Alias was freaking out, and so was Nick. And so yeah, we give chase. We find this like a demon that changes shape into other people and like absorbs people's faces, and it was horrifying. But it could be beaten. I think it was with iron. There was a specific weapon. I think, did we strap a frying pan to a long stick or something?
Yep, it was specifically the frying pan that was used as a focus to summon it.
That was it. So the frying pan, we strapped it to a stick to make it a bit longer, I think. And Lancette took that, but then I'm pretty sure Alias went the wrong way. I think Alias went the wrong way. Lancette went the right way. But then, did Lancette get grabbed as well at one point, or knocked out? And then Alias like arrives later, only to find the weapon. And then goes down to find this. See, this was like 4 weeks ago. This is my memory for you. Goes down to find the demon and Lancette, and I think a fight breaks out in which Alias uses the final stress of before, you know, stressing out and gaining a trauma, which is why he's now got 3 of them, to whack the demon with the pan. That was it. Pandemonium was the was the weapon.
Yeah.
You know, blowing up the demon entirely and being all round cool and unconscious. Yeah, and it turns out Lady Clave, who we're trying to kill, she knew about the demon and it was a test. I'm pretty sure it was a test.
Basically, Jester you met, who was waiting outside,
Jester.
who claimed to be a contact, was her in disguise. Well, her in disguise. And it wasn't a test. Yeah, and she was basically evaluating you, and she's kind of cool with the whole trying to assassinate her thing, because apparently that's just how her crew runs, and half her crew want to assassinate her.
Well, I mean, you know, if she wants to risk getting killed, she could do that. It's gonna make our lives easier. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah. I mean, she literally goes out and hunts demons, so maybe she's a bit, you know.
Yeah.
Notice is speculating that she's the mime. She is a bit more talkative and gendered.
But I think
and yes, Nolis is correct. It was called the Pandemonium. The Pandemonium.
Yeah. That was
named by Lancette.
Yeah, that was a brilliant name.
I will clarify it. Sorry.
Oh no, sorry. I there was something in my head that was like, say this, and then my brain just dropped what it was before it got to there. So I've forgotten.
Okay. Okay. I will clarify that the pandemonium was specifically the pan that was used as a focus to summon the demon, because the person summoning a demon wasn't too bright and made a few mistakes. The handle was actually a special metal bar that was part of a cage that was supposed to contain the demon, even though demons are actually a presence and can't be contained in that way, because again, the person summoning the demon wasn't very well informed. So together they actually made quite a good anti-demon weapon. And now, of course, the house that's been exorcised is property of the Cult of the Orb, or whatever you were calling yourself.
Orb.
So that, yeah, that's basically one of your holdings, and it's like a public house you've got for your dealings. And also, since you're a tier 1 gang, tier 1 gang, you've got a few more goons who just sort of live in there now. And the pandemonium has pride of place hung on a wall somewhere, and of course can be pulled out by anyone who happens to have decided to bring it with them. Should you need it.
Should we need it? You never know. Would that count as an unusual weapon? By any chance? Or a large one, I guess.
I'd say it counts as an unusual weapon.
Nice.
And I'd say it also has a supernatural property that if you need it, it'll get to you. Even no matter how improbable it is, you have access to it.
That feels appropriate.
So, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even if you couldn't possibly have been carrying it, it's like maybe one of your acolytes will run in carrying it, or it'll fall from the sky, or by chance someone who you're fighting would have stolen it. And even though it's specifically the weakness of that one demon, it's probably got something a bit supernatural about it that's great for dealing with demons. But that may or may not come up again. Yeah, so the first thing we have to do before the session begins proper is bark.
Yes.
Agatha, you both have one downtime activity, so how would you like to spend that?
I need to go back over what the downtime activities are.
Okay, so
I also do. I was thinking more about which action dot to get, because I figured out that I haven't gotten the chat.
Oh yeah, Agatha has a full XP bar, so feel free to choose which
Yeah, so it's full for resolve, so I could pick another dot in attune, command, consort, or sway. I have 3 in attune and 2 in command already. So attune is very important for Agatha, but I feel like maybe I should pick something else. And I have
you
2
do actually need
commands.
you do actually need a specific upgrade for getting 4 dots, just so you know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, the gang needs to get that, while the crew needs to get that on their playbook.
Right. So I can't pick attune anyway.
Yeah,
so it's
afraid not.
command, consort, or sway. I feel like I haven't been playing Agatha very commanding so far, so consort or sway maybe. I've been last session I actually swayed quite a bit. I think I was.
Yeah, she has a way with the lady, even if they're not dead.
Yeah, indeed. Last session, that's what Agatha was doing, flirting with that girl to kind of sway her. So I think point and sway would be a good idea. So I'm gonna pay that.
Excellent. And any idea what you'd like to do for your downtime activity?
Let me go over the list. What's the heat level of our crew?
What, sorry?
What's the heat level of our crew?
Oh, good question. Does someone have the crew?
I do. However, due to setup for the stream, I can't open the document without fucking everything up. But what I can do is put it straight in our group chat right now.
Okay.
That's fine.
There you go. There's the crew playbook. That is up to date.
Which, yeah, to be fair, I should have had that open, but I've had a bit of a day.
I should have set up a third Adobe Acrobat Reader. The problem is it tries to open it in the same one, and the capture will just pick that up instead, and it's going to break a lot of things.
Okay, for some reason the heat seems to be empty.
It doesn't look empty for me. I see 5 heats. I don't know why you're seeing.
Okay, I don't know what's happening there then.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
Let me see if I can open it in something like if I open it in if I open it in like Edge or something instead of in Reader, that'll probably work, and because it won't try and capture it on the not in Visual Studio Code. What the damn it? That's not gonna work.
Okay. But did you say it's 5 heat?
Yeah, it looks like 5 heat to me.
Yeah, it should be, and it should be a wanted level of 1.
Yeah, we have a wanted level of 1 and 5 heat. It says.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing when I open it in Edge as well.
Yeah. So I would like to reduce our crew's heat.
Okay, how would you like to do that?
That's a good question. It's been a while since I've played, so I need to think about what a good lore explanation would be.
Yeah. Remember, it's more about the action you want to use as well.
Yeah. I think command would make sense. Commanding.
What are you going to be commanding?
What would make sense to command? Who could I command to?
You could command the locals not to be little snitches.
Yeah, that's a typical one. I was trying to be a bit more inventive.
Maybe you could get a ghost to sneak in somewhere and delete some evidence or something.
Also good.
I didn't think that would be possible.
Attune your way to reducing heat.
Maybe.
Oh yeah. No, that's absolutely possible. The undead are very powerful. Yep, they supernaturally scare people who aren't trained for it. So, okay.
Let's go for that.
Okay, so you want to basically attune to send a ghost to tamper with evidence or mess with the files. Okay.
Indeed.
Would you like to push yourself or take a devil's bargain?
So I have 3 attunes, so that's how many dice?
3.
Yep, 3d6.
3d6. And 1, 2, 3 is 1, 4 to 5 is 2, 6, 3, critical 5.
Critical is 2 6s. Or at least 2 6s.
Critical is 2 6s. Well, with 3d6, I feel that's already pretty good. So I don't think I need to push myself for this.
Alrighty.
So I'm gonna roll.
Yep. Obviously, position and effect don't really apply to this roll, but it's still risky standard for the case of argument.
It's still risky. What?
Risky is the default. Anything you do is risky because you're a criminal doing cool criminal stuff.
Oh, okay. But,
God, we're so cool.
But I mean, that doesn't influence my roll, right?
No. Position mostly affects what happens if you fail your roll. And there's no real failure here, it's just a matter of how much heat you can get rid of.
Well, I rolled 3 2s, so that's a 6 total.
No, that's a 2.
You only get the highest, I'm afraid.
Oh! Oh, yeah. See, it's been a while since I played this, so I forgot all about it. Well, shit, I guess we're only getting rid of 1 heat.
Yep. Yep.
Well,
a roll of 1 to 3, 1 heat. So yeah, if someone could just take that off the
I've done that on the copy
counter.
I've got, but yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
It was on my end as well.
Excellent.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate, but sometimes things roll.
Yeah, numbers just be that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that's your downtime activity. So, Bark.
Okay, so I think I know what I want to do with my downtime activity. knowing that we're going to be on a Leviathan hunt soon, a lone solitary ship in the middle of the ocean, I want to purvey an asset.
Okay. What would you like to procure?
A bomb.
A bomb.
I like the cut of your jib.
Acquire asset. Gain one temporary use of an asset. One special item or set of common items. Enough for a gang of your tier scale.
I think this would be a special item.
Yep. Okay, so you just want a nice big explosive.
As big as I can get my hands on and or carry.
Okay. So to acquire the asset, roll the cruise tier. The result indicates the quality of the asset you get, using the cruise tier as a base. So obviously, we're tier 1.
So roll 1d6.
Yep, I'm afraid you'll be rolling 1 dice.
I don't think that matters because that's a 6.
Oh wow. Okay, so on a 6, that's the cruise tier plus 1, so that's a tier 2 bomb. And if you want to, you can spend coin to raise the level of this roll beyond critical by spending... Oh wait, no, that's only on a critical. Okay, so you've got a tier 2 bomb.
Nice.
The orb has a dirty nuke now.
Yeah, so jot that down somewhere.
I have a character sheet somewhere I could jot that down.
Okay, so one note here. Our chemicals, poisons, bombs and dangerous gadgets are highly restricted in Duskvol. When you acquire one of these items, rather than crafting it yourself, you take +2 heat. So yeah, if we could just attach
Yep, that's
+2
fair.
heat to the character sheet.
+2 heat.
But
I'm
that's
so
only
sorry,
one. That's only +1 heat total.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, we got a bomb at least.
Well, I guess now it's a good thing that I did reduce heat, because actually I just realized that I have 1 harm and it might have been better for me to recover, but oh well.
Yeah, well, presumably it's a level 1 harm, so it's probably not too bad.
A scratched hand, offhand it says, so
Yeah.
that's
I'm sure it won't come up.
not too bad. You're sure? The way you said that made it sound like it might well come. Yeah, the party wipe might be coming after all.
Well, anyway, you're not going to get yourselves killed, so let's get on with this.
Yeah, we're gonna be fine, darlings. We're gonna be fine.
So, obviously, you've been recruited to a Leviathan crew, and one notable thing about this is, before setting off, obviously a lot of people don't come back from these voyages, so as you'd expect, they like to celebrate a bit. And since Leviathan hunters are typically quite wealthy,
It's true.
it's of course going to be quite a fancy party, and you're all invited. What are you wearing?
As much and or as little as possible, darling.
This tracks.
It's gonna be like a big, like my nicest fur coat. I'm gonna have it. It's gonna have been combed, like so it's weirdly straight all the way down. I'm going to be wearing as much fine jewelry as I can. A lovely hat, perhaps a monocle or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just trying new styles, darling. Yeah. And I'm thinking I'm taking the sword cane out
Oh, very nice.
for a walk. Yeah, they're rather good.
Okay, and Bark, Agatha, what are you both wearing?
Well, Bark is going to find the fanciest 3-piece suit she can find, and rip off the arms on both the jacket part and the undershirt and the proper shirt part.
Excellent.
Like with your bare hands. Just
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
yes.
I approve of this. And Agatha?
Well, Agatha normally wears like a purple power suit, so she's regularly already quite well dressed, but for the special occasion, she's going to show up in like a fancy, beautiful, sort of multicolored, long flowy dress that's quite airy, so the spirits have free access.
Excellent.
God damn it. I don't think anyone's ever done a whisper quite like Agatha.
Right.
Magnificent.
Okay. Okay, so obviously it's going to be a fairly uninteresting party. Now, I'm going to need each of you to start a 4-piece clock.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry about what it sits for. So, yeah, that's 1 clock for each of you, so, yep, you'll be keeping track of this.
Okay. Just pop that in my notebook.
How do we start that?
Alright,
So you draw a
clock's
circle and
basically-
then...
Yeah.
No, literally, you draw a circle. And then, did you say
Yeah.
4 pieces?
Yeah, 4-piece
4
clock,
pieces,
so...
so just quarter it, and then when Brie asks us to, we fill in a chunk, and when that is filled in, usually bad things happen.
Good things.
Sometimes good things, but usually bad things happen when they're filled in.
Yeah. It's just this game's universal way of tracking stuff.
Basically a progress bar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I know. I was just wondering what if there was an established way for it, because
Yep.
the character sheet does have like that healing clock.
Yeah, the healing clock's basically a clock on your character sheet for tracking healing. All clocks basically work the same way. You roll something and you either fill it in or empty it. Oh, anyways.
Okay.
Takes place in a very, very familiar warehouse. The scene of your first ever score, in fact. Because, of course, that was owned by Lady Clav as well. It's, your original score was the reason she tried to assassinate you, which ultimately ended up with you being recruited and being here by invitation. Amazing how these things go, isn't it?
Almost like it was planned all along.
Yes, absolutely. This
This was all just an elaborate plan to get Alias back in the Leviathan hunting business.
wouldn't it just be? Alright. As you all enter the door, obviously you're allowed in, but you also need to sign your names as you go in. So now, this is done by simply dipping your finger in some ink and pressing it on there's basically like a little chart with space for everyone's fingerprints, and every guest just checks in by sticking their finger in the indelible ink and printing on it. And of course the indelible ink sort of serves as a proof you've entered as well. Is everyone going in that way?
Absolutely, darling. Is there anyone monitoring this sort of process? Is there like someone just guarding it and watching all the time?
In fact, there's two guards outside. One is a fairly normally dressed servant. You know, she's just wearing her suit and looking very proper. But her colleague next to her is actually wearing a jester outfit, not too similar to what Lady Clav was wearing in her VV persona.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna put my finger in, do the fingerprint, and then I think I will because it's me, darling.
Of course.
Put my slightly inky finger just gently on the lips of the first guard. I'm like, come see me later and I'll help you wipe that off, darling.
Naturally, she's a servant and can't really do much about it, but she looks very irritated In fact, do you want to roll anything for this?
Yes! This sounds like consort or possibly sway.
Okay.
It's the same number it's the same number of dice either way. Let's say consort, because I'm not like trying to persuade or anything, it's just a general sort of...
You're gonna push yourself? Want a devil's bargain?
No, I don't think so on this one. Oh, go on, let's have a devil's bargain if you've got
I
something.
knew it.
Go on, let's have a
anyone got
devil's
a good
bargain.
one?
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Anyone got Okay, does anyone have a good devil's bargain at all, or...?
Yeah. If he doesn't succeed, he gets thrown out.
No, that's a bit... No, the devil's bargain has to apply if it succeeds. Oh, actually, I've got a good one. If you succeed, the other guard's going to be irritated and flick some of the indelible ink on your face.
Ooh. Ooh. I'm not taking that bargain, no. I will go for free D6 on this. I'm not risking my appearance, darling. Alright, let's go. That's a 4.
Okay, that's a success with consequences. She blushes slightly and... Yeah, she's trying not to... Yeah, she's trying to stay professional, but... Yeah, I think you've got kind of an in there. But on the other hand, her colleague is looking a little irritated. And will probably be keeping an eye on you.
I'll give her a wink and move on in.
Okay.
Bark will do the fingerprint thing, but like as she puts the fingerprint on, she'll just like ever so slightly rotate her finger so it smudges the ink.
Okay, I'll allow that. And Agatha?
So Agatha currently has her offhand scratched. Is there a chance that one of her fingers would have a scratched fingerprint?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, there might be a scratch across the fingerprint.
She will use that finger then.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so you all enter the party.
And nothing.
Oh yeah?
Sorry.
Go on.
As Bark is walking by the guard that's irritated at Alias, Bark's will look that one dead in the eye, like angrily, and then immediately walk behind Alias.
Thank you, bodyguard.
Okay. Yep, he's earning it. Well, you're earning your keep, and he's getting his money's worth, which I believe is quite a bit actually, considering you've kept their gold. You've still got their coin from the first score you played.
I have actually paid you, haven't I? It's not like me.
I would return it.
It's not like me.
I would return it.
Anyway, as you all enter. By the way, mark off one segment of your clocks.
Okay.
Okay, so you look around and you're immediately shepherded into a side room. Because as it turns out, the second purpose of these parties is to make sure everyone shows up for their, well, there's no other word for it, onboarding. So, you're treated to an hour-long lecture by Lady Clap herself, of course.
I would like
on
to
the
roll
basics
the resist.
It's not a consequence yet.
I don't know, boredom sounds like a consequence.
No, when I'm GM, that's an outcome.
God damn it.
Oh, sorry. Bad brioche. Yeah, anyway. Lady Clap gives you an hour-long lecture on the ins and outs of, you know, the basics of living on a Leviathan ship at sea. Basics of, obviously, you'll be drilled in the more specific use of equipment on the ship itself, but
Why didn't
just
you
goes
say
over
that first,
procedures,
darling?
schedules, life at sea, the correct way to enter a ship, protocol when addressing a superior, although that obviously doesn't apply at sea because, you know, when your life's on the line, everything gets a bit more equal. And of course, she ends her speech her lecture with, "As you may know, Leviathan hunters have a tradition amongst ourselves. Any crimes we commit, or commission, are forgotten on returning safely from the hunt. With that in mind, there's an item I wish for you to procure for me." And she, of course, gestures to the members of her crew who also happen to be part of the cult of the orb. "But I'll send you the details in the morning. For now, enjoy the festivities." And with that, you're all free to enjoy the party.
Oh, wonderful. Is there food?
Oh yeah.
Is there drink? I'm over there.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. While you're watching, obviously there's some waiters handing out champagne. Does anyone take a glass?
Oh, certainly, darling. Certainly. I'm not passing up on champagne.
I will take a glass of champagne, and when Alias inevitably downs his first glass, I'll hand him the second glass.
Yes.
Okay.
Second, thank you, Mark.
And you having any yourself?
No.
Okay, Agatha?
Agatha's going to stay level-headed because she still doesn't fully trust this situation, and Lady Clay, she's still a bit wary.
Yeah, that is fair. After all, she's the person you're trying to kill, and she knows it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you all step out into the main, well, normally it would be a warehouse, but obviously it's been done up a bit. There's a few nice chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, and a massive assortment of food is laid out. Not only the finest delicacies, and of course some very familiar looking set pieces. That is to say, loaves of bread shaped to look like Leviathan tentacles.
Glorious.
Made from the finest brioche. Jam, filled with jam, which is oozing out as if like Leviathan blood, or at least an artistic interpretation thereof. But there is also a lot more sort of common foods, because of course this is a party for crewmen, Leviathan crewmen, who might have more robust tastes. So there's also some fine but simple stews and cured meats to go along with the complicated hors d'oeuvres and roast meats and what have you. Alias, have you already drunk your champagne?
Yes, both of them.
Okay, that's an extra notch on your clock, please.
Okay. I say, Bark,
So,
be a good fellow, would you, and fetch me a porn star martini. There must be one around here somewhere.
I mean,
Does she?
You have legs, do you? Don't you?
Not for long. If I get my way, I'm gonna be legless as soon as I can.
Well, you best start using them then.
Oh, darling, darling, what am I paying you for?
To make sure that guy doesn't stab you.
What guy?
Exactly.
No. You've already taken care of them. Good. You're doing a good job, darling. You're doing marvelous. I say, what's the fiddliest looking morsel on this table other than me, of course? Later on, you know, I'll be on there.
Okay. Yeah, there's a series of very delicate, fine-looking mushrooms with a sauce that appears to be based on some kind of likely a mushroom wine.
Ooh, gorgeous.
And yep, it's just drizzled with an oil of some description, and it looks absolutely divine.
I'm going for that. I'm going for it.
Okay, excellent. You of course put it in your mouth and chew, and while of course Alias wouldn't have any reference for this, it tastes a lot. The mushroom itself tastes like a fine cut of beef.
Ooh.
And of course it's got a slightly crispy outside, which just sort of crunches, and it's a very succulent piece, and the sauce complements it perfectly and all that.
Is there no beef in Duskvol? No, I suppose there wouldn't be without all that, sunlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The main sources of meat are basically eels.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh,
Eels, honey. Eels.
this is divine, Bark. You must try one.
I guess I'll try one.
Okay. Both of you increase your clocks by 1.
My clock is at 3, just for reference.
How is it at
Yeah,
3
this-
already? Mine is at 1.
Mine's at 2.
I ate mushroom and I drank some champagne.
Oh, the drink also.
Yeah.
increased.
Yeah. Well, anyway, does anyone else get anything to eat?
Agatha does get something to eat, and she is quite partial to the stew. She quite
Okay.
fancies a stew.
Okay, Agatha, well, you get yourself a bowl of stew, and yep, that's quite a nice solid stew. Probably it seems to be based on some sort of beer and eel. And yep, it's it's actually a lot better than what you'd normally just find from a street vendor. But it's definitely a solid eel stew.
Yum, yum, yum.
So the fancy eels, not the peasantry street eels.
Yes, they're the finest vine-growing eels.
Oh god. Are we back in Dialtown territory?
Yeah. Anyway, your clock's fine.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yep. Anyway, what do you want to do while you're looking around?
What seems to be what seems to be what everyone else is doing at this party?
So the guests are mingling. There's more servants. Obviously, there's more standard sort of servants dressed as waiting staff who are just wearing their suits and bussing around various hors d'oeuvres. But there's also quite a few dressed in the jester outfits, and they're basically entertaining the guests by doing typical jester things, juggling, maybe doing the odd backflip or cartwheel. A few are even having a go at roasting some of the more well-humoured guests. So some rapturous applauses. And at least one is actually engaging a larger, heavy-set sailor in an arm wrestling contest.
I mean, you know exactly where I'm going.
Okay, so you approach the arm wrestling contest. Both of them seem to be almost locked in combat. The jester is a fairly sort of slight-looking young man. But he's a lot smaller than the sailor he's arm wrestling. Both are sweating beads. It looks basically like something out of JoJo. But neither of them seems to have the upper hand, as it were.
Now then, in this competition, are like the people who are watching silent, or are they all like yelling and like excited and all?
Obviously, it's a fairly posh party, so they're sort of being politely clapping. It's actually very weird.
That must be odd. Golf clap, but it's arm wrestling.
Yeah, like this is what happens when you let sailors into the gentry.
Hey, Alias, fancy a little competition?
Oh no, I would have wandered off. The moment you looked away from me, I've wandered off like a child.
And I go and find Alias because I have the perfect.
Okay, do you want to roll anything to find Alias?
I'm probably
Just
playing
messing
with
with you.
knives in the kitchen or something like that, like a
Right.
child who's wandered off.
Okay, Alias, where have you wandered off to?
I've probably gone to find the fanciest looking person here, to engage them in conversation.
Oh, well, obviously that's Lady Clav herself.
Well, I've gone to speak to the lady herself, the good Lady Clav.
Okay, so obviously she's...
I would not be hard to find Alias in this.
It's a complaint. I'm
Yeah.
I'm dressed ridiculous.
Yeah. Alias, in fact, stands out very much. Anyone could just pick him out of the crowd.
And the moment I see him going for Lady Clav, I'm booking it to him.
Okay, how do you open this conversation, Alias?
Lady Clav, so good to be here, and to have you here as well in your own place. I've not been here in some time. It's wonderful what you've done with the place. Very lovely bread sculpture, a bit morbid, but I do appreciate the drama in the art piece. I do love a bit of drama myself. Alias, darling, you know me, you invited me here, of course, everyone knows Alias, good old Alias. So I wanted to ask you what you thought about the other Leviathan hunters. You know, have you ever heard of a Leviathan hunter called Shaw, by any chance?
Yes, your father, I've heard of him.
Oh, you know he's my father. Now there's like book it signals in his head. Like he's not considered that having an alias that is literally his name is not going to be that helpful at avoiding suspicion.
Yeah, sorry, I'm afraid that's literally the interpretation I had to go with.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's just this is what's going through Alias's head right now. Like, no, I think it's perfectly reasonable. Everyone would know who he is.
Yeah, well, it's not as if he's quiet about the situation. Have you been in contact with him?
Oh, no,
recently?
no. Ghastly chap. I was just wondering, you know, if there was any news. Not heard of him in 10 years now?
He came back safely from his last few voyages.
Pity.
But, yeah, well, as anyone might say, his heart's not quite in it.
Don't think he's got one, darling. If you see him next, make sure you put a blade in his head, because if you go for the chest cavity, you'll find nothing, if you understand what I mean.
Yes, he has a reputation, but that's hardly a rare trait among Leviathan hunters. And it would seem you've re-entered the family business anyway.
Can't drag me away, it seems. Theatre wasn't exactly working out, you understand?
Yes. Oddly enough, both things one might associate with your family. But I digress.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to thank you for a marvellous party, darling. Absolutely superb. And just one question, though. Next time you're running one of these, do consider putting out some porn star martinis. They are absolutely fabulous, darling. Fabulous.
Yes, what happened to them?
Have you ever had one, darling? If not, I know a couple of really good cocktail bars and a couple of parlours in the south. Oh, wonderful. I'll take you. You know what? I tell you what, when this party's done, have you ever been to an after party, darling? The party doesn't end at the party, you know that. We'll go get some porn star martinis, we'll knock them back, and then we'll find, we'll find somewhere warm to rest our bodies, you know. Not together, I'm sorry. Work colleagues, it's not a thing I do, but, you know, we'll each find someone. It'd be nice, darling. You call me at the end of this, after party.
Okay, what would you like to roll for this?
It's gonna be sway.
Okay, I'm going to call this risky limited effects because,
Yep.
I mean, she's literally one of the most powerful women in the country. In the city. You're not just gonna get her. And, well, she knows who you are, she knows what you do. What you're selling, she's not gonna buy it, but she might take a look at it.
I'm trying to take the queen out on her knees up. Okay, here we go. What is that? That is... Oh, that's a 1. Oh, that's a 6. 1 6. Okay, good. Phew.
Oh, okay, success without complications. So she looks at you, a little amused. Your reputation does precede you.
I know how to throw an after party, a party, an after party, and a before party. It's what I do, darling.
Yeah, but you're normally out before the after party's over.
I look over my shoulder like, oh, Buck, didn't see you there, darling.
Do enjoy the party, and try to behave yourself.
I'm like,
I make no promises.
Will do, darling. Will do. Call me after for when you want to stop behaving.
Of your little crew of scoundrels, I think I would have you assassinated last.
Oh, good to know, darling.
And with that, she sidles away, because even nobles have their limits.
Hey, Alias?
Yes, darling?
How good at you at seducing people?
Amazing, darling.
How would you like to engage in a friendly competition?
Oh. Are we seducing people?
Oh no,
Okay.
you are. See, what's going on is over there they're doing arm wrestling competitions. And I'm wondering, can you seduce someone before I beat them in the arm wrestling contest?
Darling, you're wrong.
Okay. As you head over, what are you doing, Agatha?
Agatha has actually really been enjoying this too, and she's had multiple bowls and just like she's been like,
Okay.
savoring it. But then her attention got directed towards the jesters. She's kind of vaguely interested in them and just like
Okay.
amused by their antics, but she thinks she could do better. Actually, she's feeling a little bit competitive with them, so
Okay,
she
feeling competitive.
yeah. She's
What do you want? What do you want to do here then?
she approaches a jester and she asks him to, or she asks the jester to do their worst against her, or just whatever they want to do towards her.
Okay. So you approach a sort of very tall woman jester. She cocks her head slightly at you, and obviously she's wearing a sort of a mask as part of her outfit, but you can sort of see it fold a bit as she smiles, and she's just sort of juggling rapidly, and she just sort of she just sort of cocks her head as if she's inviting you to speak in a sort of a quirky way.
She's inviting me to speak to her in a quirky way. Did I get that right?
Yep, as in the way she's she's just sort of saying, "Yep, can I help you there?" But like she's being jesterly about it. I'm good at descriptions.
Agatha asks in a, now that she's kind of figured out that it's a female jester, she's going to be a bit more subtle and just a little bit coyly asking the jester, like, if you were to roast me, what would you say about me, I wonder?
Well, I'd say you're full of spirit.
Oh, that's quite a compliment, thank you. Yes. Yes, I do believe that is right. I am full of spirits. Yes.
Yeah, she does this literally while not breaking sort of her juggling act, by the way.
Well, Agatha knows that this jester is a professional and has been trained in the art of gesturing as part of Lady Claw's ensemble, so she assumes that the jester wouldn't break a sweat doing that, but she's just like, what would be the scariest thing you could do right now? I do wonder. Yeah.
The scariest thing? You sure you want to know?
Yeah, throw it at me. Surprise me, I would say. Scare me.
Well, she sort of obviously she's a bit... Wait, how tall is Agatha?
I don't have it specifically on my character sheet, but I've always imagined her to be fairly tall.
Okay. I'm going to say she's at least half a head taller than you, and she just sort of looms over you and says, "How about this?" She's literally just looking down at you. It's not really particularly scary.
Agatha looks slightly up and smiles in a slightly seductive manner and asks, how about what?
Okay. And how about that? And she just sort of lowers her eyes, and as you look down, you realise, in the time since you looked up, she's not only caught all of her juggling balls, but she now actually has a knife just held just next to your neck.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, now that's the kind of spirit I like. Oh, yes, quite good.
Yeah, she nods and withdraws the knife back into her sleeve. Yeah, as you might have guessed from Vivi, being Lady Clav's persona, they're basically here. It's more like they're more like the bodyguards, sort of hidden behind the entertainment.
It's a good thing Alias didn't see
that.
Yeah, she says quietly to you, the thing about clowning is, a clown is a persona one puts on to be laughed at. Not unlike how a criminal puts on a persona to be feared.
Yeah.
And then she goes back to her juggling act.
Well, if you ever want someone to talk with about the hardships of having to put on an act, I understand all too well, so...
Do you want to roll for that? Are you trying to roll anything for that?
Yes, Agatha will try to sway her. And she is going to push herself.
Okay, what are your actual intentions here? You're trying to befriend her, seduce her?
Trying to seduce her, like she's it's not a spirit, but she's still interested in seeing where this might go with the jester persona and maybe it could lead to something.
Yeah, want to get down with the clown. I had to say it.
Yeah. Oh no, that's appropriate.
Right. Okay, so you're pushing yourself down. Pushing yourself.
Yeah, that would be true. Well, I have 1 dot in sway, so with pushing myself, that would be 2d6, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep, and add 2 stress.
Yeah.
To your,
and I would also consider a devil's bargain for this.
Yeah, I'm afraid you can only do either or.
Oh, oh yeah. Okay, then pushing myself is fine. Yeah. Okay. 2d6. Let's see. And
and this is risky standard. Just to... Sorry, I should have said that.
2 1s.
I'm afraid that's failure with a consequence.
My rolls are terrible today.
Yeah, she sort of rolls her eyes. Look, I'm working. Could you not? And she makes a very significant. Yeah, she sort of makes a big deal of moving away from you. Sort of like the other jesters, and a few of the wait staff see this and shake their heads disapprovingly. I'm afraid you've probably the staff probably won't particularly like you for at least at this party.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, Agatha takes notes, and she's going to retreat for now, but she's going to consider her next move against the mean jester.
Okay. Oh, and as you turn away, you I'd assume you'd sort of sigh or roll your eyes a bit after that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just as you're rolling your eyes, as you look up, you see something just for a second, in the window.
Oh,
Just like the highest window of the warehouse.
Agatha's curiosity is piqued. Hmm.
Okay. What do you like to do?
I suppose I could go up there and investigate, right? Go to the window, or...
Yep, well, it's sort of like a very high window right at the top of the, you know how a warehouse might have, like, skylights and just slightly lower windows, so it's not really, but I'm gonna say there's sort of like a gurney, but not a gurney, like a railing at the top of the, warehouse that maybe you could take a closer look at, and it's not off out of bounds or anything. Obviously there's tables and stuff up there, and yeah, basically they've used the entire space for it.
Yeah, I was wondering
So,
if there was an upper level. Yeah.
Yep, yeah, you can head up to the upper level.
Does Agatha see Alias and Bark?
I'm gonna say yeah. Alias obviously stands out quite a bit,
You know.
and well, Bark isn't exactly inconspicuous herself, being a fairly heavily built woman, and you can see they've moved over to the arm wrestling.
Yes, she sees that Alias and Bark are otherwise occupied right now, and she's just going to go check out that window on her own.
As you head up there, we'll cut back to Alias and Bark then.
Okay, so the whole reason I'm doing this, just to let our GM know, is although I framed it as a competition between Alias and Bark, what I'm really hoping is that Alias will be distracting enough to where I can get some easy wins out of this.
That's fair. What do you want to roll for this?
For my end of this, I am going to roll a... I think Wreck would probably be the best here.
Yep, I'd also accept Skirmish. Because
That
you're
Wreck?
basically just... Okay, Wreck's fine. I'm gonna call this, controlled standard, because, you know, it's just a friendly contest, and obviously, yeah, I'm gonna assume Bark's done plenty of arm wrestling in her time. But of course, you're free to push yourself, take a devil's bargain. I suppose if Alias is gonna be trying to seduce your opponent, that's maybe assisting if you want to spend the stress. Alias?
Absolutely not, darling.
Fair enough.
Like, I'm competing here. I'm not going to be helping.
That's fair.
I have 2 marked in skirmish, so that's 2 dice rolls, yes?
Yep. Do you want to push yourself or take a devil's bargain? And do you
Yeah,
want to
I
trade
think
positions for
good.
effects at all?
What does a position do exactly again?
Okay, so position is standard position is, well, risky position is just how it is normally. Control position obviously means good position. So if things go wrong, it's going to be fairly controlled. You might even get another chance to roll again. As I said, risky is normal, and obviously desperate is things are going very badly. You get a free point of XP for taking a really big risk. And if things go wrong, they will go wrong. And standard effect means, well, just the normal effect you'd expect to have with something you could reasonably do. So if you wanted, you could trade control position for a risky position, just to get better effect.
I think I'll do that.
Okay, so we've gone from controlled standard to controlled... I've completely forgotten what word the game uses. X something. Oh yeah, control Standard. Risky, great. So, yep, if you succeed, there'll be some extra benefits.
Awesome. Dice be rolling. That is an 8.
8.
Or 5 and a 3, I'm sorry.
Okay, 5, that's a success with a complication. Because you had great effect, I'm going to say you absolutely humiliate the giant sailor you were competing against. Like, the call is done. You both tense your arms up. You're just like shrugging there, holding it for a second, shrugging, and then 2 seconds later, wham! You even see a small tear in his eye. And the golf clapping actually turns into a mild applause.
And I immediately turned to Alias. Sorry, Alias, not enough time you had.
Darling, I didn't even realize we'd started. You're going to have to pick an opponent and I'm going to be interested in. Come on, I have some standards. And yes, I will say that loud enough for the massive, presumably tattooed sailor to hear.
The sailor is devastated and slinks off. But everyone else is quite impressed with Bark, so I'm going to say you've got basically the guests at the party are probably quite impressed with you, probably even the waitstaff. Sorry, Agatha.
You can just hear whispers from the waitstaff that Agatha failed to impress, going, "Oh my god, that was so cool."
Yeah,
just a little blushing.
Can you believe she is hanging out with her?
Oh wow,
that's mean.
I'm gonna go over to Agatha and put an arm around her and it's like, "Don't worry, darling, we all strike out sometimes, me more often than not, to be honest. But the point is, you just keep trying. Get back on that horse, or as I like to say, get back on those whores. Am I right? Come on, darling, let's find you someone else."
Speaking of finding someone else, like Agatha does indicate that she saw something at that window.
Someone at the window? That's what, 100 feet up? I don't know. It's probably just a shadow or something, darling.
Okay, so you headed up to that window. Or rather, you're headed to a gantry that's a few meters below it. So, you approach the window. There's no sign of anyone around. Do you want to roll anything here?
I believe that would be study.
Okay, yep, that sounds good. Risky standard there.
Yeah. I have one in study. Agatha's going to take a devil's bargain for this study.
Okay, devil's bargain. Devil's bargain. Anyone got one?
I don't got one.
How about if you succeed, whatever is up there sees you?
It's a good one. If there's anything, of course.
Yeah, like, whatever it is. If anything.
How's that sound?
Yes, Agatha will accept it. I will accept it.
Okay. Roll away then.
So that's 2d6 again then with the devil's bargain?
Yep, and give me your best result.
It can't be worse than what I've rolled so far, right? Let's see. That's it's a 6. Finally.
Oh yep, just the 1 6.
6 and a 4. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay, so a 6 is a success with no consequences. Well, apart from the one we agreed to. So you just look up, hoist yourself up a bit, and look around. And just outside, crawling, you see, the first thing you see is some climbing equipment that's just been carefully and precisely. You sort of see it's been literally lined. It's sort of like a dark coloured climbing equipment. It's been sort of mounted deliberately to the side of the building. So whoever's, or whatever's around here has had the run of the place. And the next thing, of course, you see is a mysterious figure, all cloaked in black, hood down. Now, they're looking through a different window, but just at the wrong moment, they turn, and you can tell they caught you in the corner of the eye and look straight at you. At this point, they quickly bolt, basically over the top of the roof, and you lose sight of them.
Can Agatha react quickly enough to compel a spirit to chase them off?
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's a standard action, but with a risky action, but with limited effect, because you're trying to react very quickly. Someone who already had an exit plan. Do you want to trade position, or take a devil's bargain, or push yourself?
Trade position. Can you explain again how that works or what that does?
Okay, so position is either controlled, risky, or desperate. At the moment, you're at risky, the standard position. So if you basically, if your position's worse, if things go wrong, they really go wrong. If your position's controlled, if things go wrong, you might even just get to roll again. And of course, if you increase effects, that just has a better effect. So with limited effects, you might just get a general idea of whether or not they've left the area or they're still around, but you wouldn't really get a good bearing on where they are. With standard effect, you might actually sort of be able to work out where they're going.
So if I change position to controlled, would that also improve the effect or only limit the...
So if you want to try and get it to a control position, then you'd have worse than limited effect, so you'd basically be doing nothing. Which, to be fair, is quite controlled.
Okay, so if I want it to be more effective, then I have to do the worst position, and then the consequences would be worse. Okay.
That's it. But although, if it helps, if you take a desperate roll, you do actually get free XP for it.
Free XP.
XP, but the risk of harm and whatever else.
I'm considering the benefits of really pushing this.
Oh yeah, while you're mulling that over, is anyone eating or drinking?
Oh, I'll go for another drink, darling. Good of you to offer. I'm just like orbiting all of the people holding drinks at this point, like just doing like a circuit of the room.
Okay, so you're basically glugging the champagne.
Yeah. Oh, darling, I this stuff is magnificent. I haven't had quite such good champagne since I was don't like to talk about it really.
Okay. That's another notch on your clock.
That would be filled.
Oh, interesting. Just to check, what's everyone else's on?
2.
1.
Okay, interesting. Okay, back to Agatha. What would you like to do?
I was just thinking about it, but then I got a bit distracted there.
Oh yeah, Keith is also right. You can resist any consequence, including stuff that's ticking up a clock. But it costs stress.
I think. Well, I wanted to ask. Agatha is the only one who's seen anything or knows anything about intruders, right?
Yep, you're the only one who's glanced at someone so far, and of course you've seen them. You've seen the gremlin on the wing, but of course now the wait staff aren't too happy with you, so...
So Agatha could just leave it be or try for minimal controls. But I don't know. I do think Agatha she wants to get a. She wants to try and get her crew in with Lady Clave somewhat more, like get in her good graces, because, well,
Okay.
on the one hand, that's kind of just what she kind of wants that on the one hand, but also, of course, she wants to further their plot of trying to get close enough to Lady Clave in an unguarded moment so they can try to assassinate. So she will actually go for a desperate position.
Okay. That's desperate standard effects. What are you rolling?
Attune.
Okay, yep. Do you want to push yourself or take a devil's bargain?
She's going to push herself.
Okay, that'll be 2 stress and 1 extra dice. Roll away.
So that's
And,
46.
Yep, and obviously mark off one extra XP on that track for taking a desperate roll.
46, here we go. And the highest is a 5.
Okay, that is success with a complication.
Oh no.
Okay, so you summon a spirit which quickly swoops around, and it can easily see the shadowy figure who darts to a window on the opposite side. But as you're finished compelling, you look up and you're making eye contact with the gesture you were speaking to earlier. And obviously, this is a highly trained bodyguard, so she can tell you are compelling a spirit. And she's like, "What the hell were you doing?"
There was an intruder outside. There was climbing gear, and someone was on the roof or whatever it was, trying to get in. So I had to chase them off with the help from my spirit's friends. She's being truthful.
Just get to the ground floor and mind your own business. Yeah, unfortunately, the jester's the consequence is the jester's a bit too angry to really care what you have to say. So, yeah.
Agatha.
But yep, you know which window they've moved to.
Okay, Agatha will listen to the jester for now, but now she's actually suspicious of the jester, because now she kind of feels like the jester might be intentionally trying to get Agatha away and try to cover up what's going on. She feels like the jester might be in cahoots with these intruders.
Okay, and what's going on with Team Arm Wrestling then?
I'm not sure what Alias is doing.
Drinking, darling.
But Bark is using her newfound success to do what basically anyone else in this group would do and try to seduce someone.
Okay, what would you... anyone in mind?
I approve so much, darling.
Honestly, a couple of these gestures look very nice.
Okay, what would you like to roll for this? I'm going to warn you in advance, whatever your position, it's going to be a limited effect. Limited effect because obviously they're trained bodyguards on the job, as you'd know yourself.
I suppose what would probably be best here would probably be sway.
Okay. Do you want to push yourself or take a devil's bargain? And do you want to trade position for effect? I'm going to say you're in a controlled position at the moment.
I think I'll take a devil's bargain.
Okay, anyone got a good one?
Ooh.
I don't know.
How about if you're successful, the person you try to seduce kind of follows you around like a puppy and you can't let him slip very easily.
Yes. Yep, I like this one. But obviously that's up to Bark.
That sounds good to me.
Okay. You can have your extra die then and make your roll.
That is a 4.
Okay. So that's a success with complication. It was a control position. So yep. You how exactly do you put your moves on the jesters then?
I think what it would be is I'd specifically go for what one of the jesters who was actually watching the arm wrestling competition.
Okay.
And when they have a moment where they're not really doing anything, I'll just kind of lean against the wall next to one and go, "Hey."
I like it. Any particular gesture you'd be going for?
Obviously one of the female ones.
Okay. Let me just quickly roll up a seduction target. Okay, so you're actually, the jester you're sort of trying to impress is fairly conventionally attractive. Actually, she's just sort of you can literally see her blushing a little under her mask. She sort of tries to look professional, but just gives you a wink. Obviously, we have the devil's bargain, so she's going to be a bit clingy there. But as the complication... You know what, I'll just make that the complication. You're going to have her following you around constantly. Even if you want to get rid of her, she's not going to get the message.
Honestly, at least for now, I see this as a win.
For now.
I am currently the only one of our group who has seduced someone tonight.
Reminder, under the Blades in the Dark rule set, anyone can seduce, can have a go at seduction.
Only difference is I went to the top, darling.
I am going to like next time Alias gets a glance at me, I am going to look smugly at him. As I now have a girl under my arm.
Yes. Look over, see that, and then go for another drink immediately.
Okay, now Agatha, just from the flash, as you make it down to the bottom floor again, you walk past what on your first score was quite a fair bit of barrels, which are now mostly declined because obviously season's only just started up again, and stocks of Leviathan blood have run pretty low. But as you make it to the ground floor, you see sort of like as a vision from your spirit that your the mysterious figure is just poised next to a window, and they pulled something out of their bag, and they look like they're about to get ready to do something. What do you do?
How is Agatha positioned to compare to, on one hand, Alias and Bark, and on the other hand, Lady Clave and her entourage?
I'm gonna say Lady Clav. Well, her entourage is all over the place because this is her entourage. You're part of it now.
True.
Well,
but Lady Clav herself, yeah, is sort of mingling in sort of like the top easternmost corner of the building. probably just sort of near the kitchen doors, just sort of chatting with the waitstaff, making sure that they're taking their breaks and everything. Because she's not terrible. I mean, she has people killed for slights, but she's not terrible. Alias and Barker, basically on the opposite side, just a bit further down on the west side of the building, arm wrestling, or seducing in the arm wrestling area. You've sort of come down the stairs, maybe a bit further down on the east side of the building. So Lady Clav is sort of to your right, about 2/3 of the building away. They're straight ahead of you, and the window your roll has shown you the mysterious figure is just, well, it's actually just above Bark and Alias. I'm gonna say this is like a split-second thing, so choose your next action wisely.
Yes, I figured as much.
Seduce!
Well, I don't see how seduction helps you right now.
How will you seduce your way out of this one?
Unless I try to seduce Lady Clay. But no, I think now that she really sees this and sees that no one else notices it whatsoever, and like she wasn't taken seriously by the jester. She's kind of feeling distrustful towards them. She's kind of getting panicked, and she stormed between like sticking with her crew and trying to run towards Lady Clave to inform her directly, but she feels like that probably won't end well either. So I think she's gonna shout and run towards Alias and Bark and be like, "Watch out! The window above you! Someone's trying to get in! There's an intruder!"
Okay. So, as you start breaking into a sprint, a few people sort of turn their head because, sunburst of activity. You shouldn't run indoors, you know. You shout a warning to Alias and Bark, and as the sound sort of echoes in the air, it's joined by another sound of shattering glass as the figure throws a small round object, and it's thrown straight towards Alias and Bark. As you run towards them, you're just about maybe a couple of yards from maybe a meter and a half from them as it lands at their feet. And for a split second, nothing seems to happen. But then there's a hissing noise, and the device bursts into a puff of shall we say, purple smoke. I'm going to be on point here. And remind me how many of your clocks are filled in?
All 4.
1.
Okay, so Agatha, Bark, you're fine. Alias, you take level 3 harm, acute toxic shock.
I'm so sorry, Alias.
Alias!
Yes. So, as the smoke quickly clears,
I will say, as the smoke is starting to come up, I am taking the girl who's with me, and I'm running over to Alias and keeping them like both behind me.
Right. Basically, what happens is Bark, Agatha, a couple of guests, maybe inhale the gas slightly, and You basically feel, Ark, I'll say you feel a bit nauseous. You know what? Take level 1 harm nausea.
Mm-hmm.
And Agatha, I'm going to say you're okay, because you're only at 1 notch. But Alias, you literally feel your entire body seize up. Your stomach literally feels like it's trying to tear itself in two. You're not even, some of your muscles feel like they're sort of stretching too far. Yeah. And you can barely feel able to walk. And you just sort of feel yourself fall.
Just straight down. My brain is going, I shouldn't have had the mushrooms.
Yeah. Okay. Bark, you feel Alias go limp. So you can either let him drop or try and carry him.
I'll try to carry him.
Okay. So just as a reminder,
I've carried him weight over my shoulder before. I can do it.
Okay. So Alias, level 3 harm. You basically can't take any actions unless you push yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to cost 2 stress or a devil's bargain to do anything.
Okay.
What do you all want to do?
Agatha is going to attune and try to chase this intruder off, this attacker off with the spirits.
Okay. So your intention is to scare them away.
Yes.
Okay. You're rolling a tune for that, so I'm going to say that. I'm going to say that's actually standard grace effects. Because it's not like they have. They may not even want to stick around. Do you want to push yourself?
If I push myself, my stress meter is full.
Okay, better not do that then.
Probably best not to.
I'm not quite as reckless as Alias has been. She's just gonna go for it.
Okay, roll away then.
So let's try the d6. It's a 6.
Okay, that's a success for no complication. You command the ghost to manifest before him. And well, as it turns out, he's already turned to run. It looks like whatever he was doing is it looks like for him mission accomplished. But you do see which direction he runs off in. Okay, so Alias.
I'm going to try to convince everyone that everything's fine. I'm going to be a-okay for, the trip. We're leaving soon. I need to make sure everyone knows that I'm going to be fine so that we can continue, with the plan. So I would like to push myself to sway everyone in the room that I'm a-okay and I just simply slipped.
Okay, that is because of all the purple gas. That is going to be controlled. Wait, no, you've literally been poisoned. That's going to be risky limited.
Risky limited. Okay, I'll mark off the stress for pushing myself. Here we go. That's a 5.
Okay, amazingly enough, everyone just assumes you're putting on a brave face, so maybe whatever's going on can't be that bad. And the hubbub actually allows a doctor to approach you. And they sort of, they lean over you, assuming Bark lets them, of course.
I mean, if they're a doctor, then.
Okay.
My insides are melting, Doc.
So the doctor nods to Bark. Yes, thank you, miss. Thank you. What do we have here? Wetting. Okay. and as they're just taking your pulse, they literally go wide-eyed for a second before regaining their composure. The doctor pauses for a moment. I'm going to say this is a Leviathan Hunter affiliated doctor, so tier 5. I'm just going to do a fortune roll to see how good they are at this. That's a 6. So the doctor pauses for a moment, says, "Wait," and slowly grabs a glass of champagne from a nearby waiter. Well, no, actually, they dramatically stick their finger in a puddle of champagne that a shocked waitress drops, and lick it. Of course. So they turn to Bark and Agatha, take a deep breath, and sigh. The drinks, perhaps the food, it's been laced with... I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a very specific drug that... in other circumstances, I'd have assumed it was just someone's idea of a prank. It slows the liver, reduces the body's ability to process poison. A lot. There's nothing I can do for him.
Did Alias hear that?
Yeah.
Nothing you can do. Darling, there's always something you can do, right, darling? I mean...
If the world's finest chemist is here and they synthesize a cure in the next 15 seconds...
15 seconds,
maybe,
darling.
But... yeah.
Alright.
I'm afraid your liver's as good as gone.
You
and
know,
everything else isn't far behind.
after fighting that demon, I've been thinking about death a lot, and... Bart, come here. I have something to say to you.
What is it?
Bart, you weren't worth the money. And then, Agatha, darling, just one last thing.
Alias, no! Agatha is like crying and she's visibly...
I'm
completely,
going,
like,
but I want you to know, when I'm dead and a spirit, 1, I'm off limits. 2,
I know.
I'm gonna wingman you some incredible fucking ladies. They're
I know.
They're gonna be in your bed every night, darling. I'll manage.
I know, Alias.
I'm going to lean over to the doctor and ask, is this fatal or is it just...
It's just dramatic. There's nothing we can do.
Yes, I wasn't exaggerating.
I was. I'll probably manage 1 or 2 ghosts a night for you. At best. Agatha, I'm sorry.
Agatha is just hugging him tightly and crying out loud. Just
Yep,
holding him.
and as this happens, a spectral crow appears at the window, and that can only mean one thing. Agatha, you hear the bells tolling, and, well, on any night, maybe there'll be a few deaths, but you just heard them start tolling now, and there's only one candidate here.
Agatha is so upset. She's just like yelling at the spirits. No, go away! Don't take him. You can't. No, he can't go.
Anyway, you've got a dying Alias, and you know which way the assassin went. What do you want to do?
I don't know if Agatha can really pull it together enough to do anything about the assassin. she's just gonna wail out loud like, "Oh, I know he went that way," but, or something like that, just like vaguely indicating where he went, but she's too upset to really do anything more.
Okay, Bark.
I grew up in what was probably the most prestigious university within this city. I think the only university in this city.
To be fair, there's two, but one's more of a technical school.
So I would assume I would know at least a few doctors.
Okay.
So
yep, that's fair.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up Alias, and I'm going to go to the nearest one I can think of. Preferably one that deals like in chemistry or poisons.
Alright.
I feel like this would be somebody I would know.
Okay. I should clarify that at this point this is Alias's dead body.
Damn.
It's a good plan, but it's a little late.
Yeah, the doctor really wasn't exaggerating when he said he had 15 seconds.
So there was no way out of this one, huh? How's my fist fight with death going?
Yeah, it turns out Death actually looks a lot like your father.
Oh god, well it's definitely going to be a fist fight then. I draw the pistols.
Yeah. If you don't accept death, it basically looks like the thing you hate the most.
Oh no.
So how does death work in this game?
You die.
If a character dies, they're dead. People die when they're killed.
Yeah. It's very realistic.
Stress is basically the sort of like plot armor.
So, like, you can't just rip the eyes out of a god?
No.
Nope, unfortunately not.
It's not some hack game like the Guild of Icons. Consequences matter.
Well, if Alias is dead, then at the very least I have some revenge to get.
Okay. So, you're going after the assassin?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to start an 8-part clock. It's already filled in 4. If you make progress, you'll fill it in more. If you make a mistake, it's going to drop. If it empties, the assassin's going to get away. If it fills up, you'll be able to catch up. What? Agatha told you which direction they went off in. What are you gonna do? Give me a roll.
I think in this case, I can probably argue study, as I'm going to basically look into that distance to see if I could find anyone who looks suspicious.
Okay, so you're just looking down the gloomy street in the right direction, looking for... I'd say Agatha gave you a pretty, dressed in a dark cloak is as good a description as anyone, but yeah, I'll take it. You take a good look down the street. Do you want to push yourself or take a devil's bargain? This is going to be risky standard.
No, I think I'm good for this first roll.
Okay, go right ahead.
That is a 5.
Okay, that is a success with some complications. So I'm going to buff you up to... yeah, I'll give you 6 out of 8. But as you look down the street, you see a cloaked figure run around a corner. You run to catch up, but as you run to catch up, a couple of thugs start eyeing you up. What do you want to do?
Are the thugs in front of me?
They're just sort of, as you're running down the street, they see someone looking quite distracted. Obviously, you're dressed to impress, so you look like you have a bit of money on you, and they're just being opportunistic. They're not in front of you, but they're just to the side, and they can probably, yeah. They could probably get in front of you quite quickly, is what I'm saying.
Well, if they do get in front of me, then I'm going to just straight up clothesline them.
Alright, I like it. What would you like to roll?
I believe that'll be wreck.
Yep, that's acceptable. I'm gonna say risky standard, because you're running. You know how to handle yourself in a fight. Obviously you're in a rush, so you don't want to. Yeah, risky standard. Would you like to change position or push yourself?
I think I'll push myself.
Okay, that'll be 2 stress then. You may roll your extra dice.
Cool. That is a 6.
Okay. You literally barge straight through them. You catch one in the throat. A third one gets caught in the nose. And a third one just sees what happens to his friends and just politely whoop, zips back and lets you go past. Sorry, ma'am. Won't happen again. Okay, and I'm gonna say you're now up to 7 out of 8.
Awesome.
So as you turn the corner, you see, you catch another glimpse of the figure, and start running down. You keep running down, and as you sort of near the corner, the lights suddenly flicker out. Like, obviously this is the this is the docks, so there's plenty of electric lighting, gas lights, and the electric lights sort of flicker out, so there's only the torches for illumination. And Nick is correct. I did tell everyone I was going to do it, so I don't know why anyone's shocked. Yep, so the lights go out. What are you going to do?
I think I'm going to... Okay, this is going to be a weird explanation, but I want to use the command thing. I want to run up to the light and kick it, basically, to get it working again.
That's not really a command, it's more for ordering people to work. Yeah. I'm going to say that's either...
I mean, I suppose I could do Tinker as well. I'm good at that.
Yeah, Tinker's better.
This is just like the equivalent of like hitting your PC to get it to work again.
Okay, I'm gonna call that a desperate action,
okay.
But it's gonna have a standard effect. Because you're literally kicking technology and hoping it would work. Hope it'll work. Do you want to push yourself or take a devil's bargain?
No. I don't like building up stress.
Okay, well, you obviously it's a risky roll, so don't forget to mark down your XP and give me those dice.
Yeah, that is a 1.
Oh, unlucky. Don't worry, you still get your XP, but I'm afraid that fails entirely. And you feel a jump of electrocraft energy jump up your knee. So take level 1 harm, numbed leg. And you're going to drop down to... let's say you're back down to 6 out of 8.
Okay.
So, yep, how do you make your way through the dark?
Well, I assume I know which direction he was going, yes?
Yep. You got a decent... Sorry, go on.
Alright. Then, in that case, I suppose the best way to do would be to basically sprint full speed, tackle style, like I'm going in to tackle somebody, and just hope I barrel through any obstacles I run into.
Right. What do you want to roll for that?
I suppose this would either be skirmish or wreck.
Yeah, I'd accept either one for that.
Then I'd probably do skirmish.
Okay, that'll be risky standard then. Unless you want to change swap position for effect.
Nah, I think I'm good.
Okay, push yourself or take a devil's bargain.
Nah, I'm good. I have 2 dice.
Okay,
on
roll
this.
away. Yeah, roll away then.
A 6.
Alrighty. Yep, you barrel forward. You you might have knocked a few people aside, at least one rubbish bin. A cat yowls, but apparently moved out of the way before you got to it. You also run through a cloud of doves. It's very cinematic. No, wait. Crows, because this is blades. And... yes, because that's a 6, so I'll say that's... Yep, 8. You've, as you round a corner, you, immediately come to, quietly skid to a... well, you skid to a halt, and you see the figure just stood in the street looking around. It seems they, needed a moment to get their bearings. What do you want to do? The chase is over, by the way.
Immediately, I grab him by the back of his neck.
Okay, what do you want to roll for that?
I will be rolling... I suppose wreck would be best here, since it's just like a pure physical strength thing.
Okay, Rex more of a trying to break something thing, but... Yep, I'll allow it, but skirmish might be more effective.
I mean, either or would work.
Okay, I'll say for skirmish you can have risky standard. For a wreck you can have risky limited.
Then I'll go skirmish.
Okay, do you want to push yourself or take a devil's bargain?
No, thank you.
Roll away then.
5.
Alright. You barge in and grab the, grab your assailant. You catch him. You can tell, by this point you've bodied him, so you can tell he's him. Well, maybe you shouldn't assume, but it's a fair enough assumption. You catch him in an arm lock. And...
Now then, buddy, now then, friend. You have 2 options. You either tell me who sent you, or you die.
Okay, and as your complication... you know what? As you grab them, you hear a hissing sound. As you look to the side, you notice you've actually knocked something out of their hands. A small package. Now, you actually smell something coming from the package that's actually quite familiar, because you recently bought something very similar. Now, I'll just cut back to Agatha. What are you doing right now?
So Agatha has been inconsolably crying and clutching Alias's body for, I don't know, what must have been minutes, I guess, at this point. While Bark has been giving chase, and she's just finally starting to come to her senses, at least just enough to look up and through her tear-streaked face discern where the gesture was that had spurred her advances earlier and then not believed her when she tried to
Oh dear.
raise awareness of what was going on. She's just like she suddenly points right at the jester and stands up and she starts screaming without regard for what's going on around her. You! It's all your fault! He wouldn't be dead! If you had believed me, I don't know why you suddenly took a disliking to me or us and acted that way and didn't believe us. Maybe you're in cahoots with the assassin, but I told you there was someone there and you wouldn't believe me. I hate you! I hate you! And she just starts tuning out of pure emotional response, just almost subconsciously starts tuning with the spirits to compel them to attack the jester. Well, just do as much towards him as or her as possible.
Yeah. Okay, so you want to roll a tune to have the ghost attack the jester?
Yes, and she is going to push herself.
Are you sure?
Yes, and she is going to take trauma. She's traumatized now.
Okay, well, make your first things first, take your roll.
So that's
this will be yep, this will be risky standard. I mean, practically speaking, it's desperate, but your actual action is not itself desperate.
Mm-hmm. It's a 6.
Okay. They are yep, she is surrounded by the spirits of the unquiet dead. What's your intentions here? To actually sort of, you want to actually try and kill her, or you're just trying to scare her, or?
She's having a hard time being reasoning and being logical right now, and I think she would actually attack the jester and try to kill her.
Okay, okay, so I'm gonna say the jesters probably have just enough gear about them to protect them from being outright killed by ghosts, but I'm gonna say they do sort of bum rush her, and her colleagues rush in and try and fight them off, and she's pretty beat up at the end of it. So you're not going to actually you rolled a 6, right? So
yes.
Oddly enough, mechanically you don't get any complications from this.
Aside from the trauma,
to make it bad.
Maybe they understand your grief and they're like,
I would expect that people here would realize that this is justified.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're not justified, but they understand. Yeah, I mean, they're the nobility. Who hasn't tried to have someone killed in a grief-stricken rage? I mean, that's just Saturday for half the people. For half the people here, that's just a Saturday night. I mean, it's literally how you ended up here in the first place.
It's true.
Lady Cloud was so traumatized over the loss of that bread. You wouldn't believe. Yep, you know what? In fact, Lady Cloud's actually watching all this and looking fairly amused.
She was going to have that bread with her dinner, but not anymore.
Yeah. But anyway, obviously, because you're in a screaming fit, they sort of subdue you and take you to a quiet area. So you're out of the scene for now. We'll talk about your trauma in a bit. And back to Bark. So, you've got your quarry in a arm lock, and there's a bomb about to go off. What do you want to do?
Well, I don't think I'm getting answers out of this one, so I'm going to basically use that person as a body block. Like, put him between me and the bomb.
Okay, what do you want to... you know what, I won't make you roll for that. That's quite a good move. So, as you sort of literally hold them up as a literal human shield, there's a massive explosion. Fortunately for both of you, you're grabbing him had actually knocked the package a fair distance away. And you're both thrown back across down the street. Now, ironically enough, while he takes the brunt of the blast, you actually cushion his fall a little. And as you both land on the ground, you both bounce aside a bit. And the hood comes off his cloak, and just as that happens, dramatically, the lights all start working again. Nick, describe your character.
My name is Orlan Skora. I am a lurk. I hide in shadows. I kill. And once I take a job, I will stop at nothing to complete it. But having just seen a bomb go off from what was meant to be my payment package, I rather think whoever employed me does not follow the same obligations.
Okay, so I'm going to say you both probably landed face down on the ground. You've both sat up, and now you're looking at each other. Who wants to act first?
Well, the thing is, I'm still kind of in a rage, so I'm going to attempt to basically pin him down on the ground.
Alright, flashback. Can I have applied these items beforehand because I was preparing for a mission? Can I be wearing my dark sight mask that gives me night vision? Can I have drunk a silence potion? And can I be wearing my fine shadow cloak? Basically.
Yeah, I'm going to say that was load, so go ahead.
Thank you. Glug, glug, glug. Alright, so I've got I'm Sam Fisher night vision goggles. I've drunk a potion that makes my movements silent, and I'm wearing a cloak that makes me way harder to see. Yeah, okay, if you're gonna come at me like a rage, I'm going to try and... Okay, yeah, I've got an idea, actually.
PvP combat, let's go.
I'm going to use finesse to try and dodge past you. And then also, because I have the devil's footsteps, perform a feat of athletics that verges on the superhuman and try and, like, backflip up onto some wall or something nearby.
Okay, and how are you going to try and counter that, Bark?
Well, I suppose what I will try to do is fuck it. I have a pistol.
Okay. You pull out your
I'm gonna shoot
pistol. What are you going to roll to take your shot?
As he tries to shoot me, as he tries to dodge me, I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay. What do you want to roll for that?
I will roll. Give me a moment. I need to read what what one of these skills does. What page is the skills thing on?
Oh, the skills are on page... What am I doing? They're right at the beginning, aren't they? I keep forgetting how they have different things and different segments. Well, I'll save time. If you're trying to shoot someone with a pistol, you're probably going to want either hunt or a skirmish. Now, hunt's more for a sort of a careful shot, like a sniper shot, while skirmish is more of getting in the thick of it, drawing out a pistol.
Then skirmish, because I am in the thick of it.
Okay, skirmish is fine. Do you want to push yourself? Take a devil's bargain. This is going to be for both of you. This is a risky standard for. Okay, this will be a risky standard for both of you. By the way,
I have to push myself in order to get the benefit of the devil's footsteps.
Okay, mark down 2 stress each and make your rolls, gentleman and lady.
I have so many tabs open.
Six for me.
Oh, I hope I can tie that. I cannot. That's 5.
Okay, I'm gonna say because these are opposed rolls, that sort of the 6 overrides the 5. So I'm going to say, sorry, what was your character's name again, Nick?
Spectre.
Yeah, Spectre. You successfully perform your backflip up the wall. The shot just sort of ricochets off the bricks beside you. You're now up the wall. And obviously the ball's in your court, so what do you want to do?
Well, now that I'm up here, I'm gonna... Is there anywhere nearby that, like a shadow I can get into and hide to give me the proper, like, position and, like the position advantage? Because as a lurk, I'm all about getting into shadows and getting hidden.
Yeah. I'm gonna say... Yeah, there's a sort of a nearby alleyway. Obviously the lights are back on, so the main street's well lit again. But there's a nearby alleyway. Oh, by the way, just so you both know, I've got a clock here I've been counting up, and it's sort of like basically a 10-part clock, and it's basically on 9. What happens when that, and whatever happens next, that's going to fill in. What that does, wait and see.
So there's a street light overhead, right?
Yep.
Pistol. Shoot the light.
Okay. I'm going to assume... Did you go in heavy?
Let's assume normal, because
yeah.
This would still fit in normal. A lot of my stuff is 0 load.
Fair. Yeah.
Silence potion is 0. Oh, the shadow cloak isn't. So I've used 2 loads so far out of 5.
Oh yeah. Keith's pointing out that since you have a shadow silk cloak and you're up high, you already have position from the last roll.
Oh yeah, I haven't actually looked at what that cloak does. I'm not 100% used to what shadow silk cloaks do. Let me look up the lurk thing, because I'm now new to lurks. Okay, here we go. Characters, lurk. Right. Okay.
Okay. While you're deciding that, we'll just cut back to Agatha. What trauma are you taking?
Ooh, lovely.
Agatha has become haunted. She feels guilty over Elisa's death. No matter what she said about the jester, she actually believes that it's her own fault for not being able to prevent his assassination, and she's reliving the assassination and his death over and over in her mind.
Ooh, juicy.
Nice.
Okay.
And this will lead to her new goal of she's sworn to revenge his death.
Ooh, double juicy. Right, back to the action then.
Okay, so with my fine shadow cloak, I am going to try and I think I'm gonna try and shoot out the light. I still think that's a really good idea. I'm gonna take a steady aim with a pistol and just shoot it out. Because in darkness, I win basically. Like I can see in the dark, and I'm betting that that they can't.
Okay, what are you rolling for that?
I will roll hunt for that. I think like a steady aim shot.
Yep. Okay, yep, pistol shot. I'm gonna say, yeah, you're taking a careful shot after jumping up to a decent position, so I'm gonna say you can have controlled for that. It's going to be standard effect, unless you want to trade position for effect, and
I will stick with that. I think. Yeah.
Would you like to push yourself?
No, I won't push myself on this one. Although if you've got a devil's bargain, I'd be open to hearing it.
Okay, devil's bargain. Oh, obviously there's been a gunshot. Another gunshot's probably and shooting out a light's probably going to start getting attention, and people are going to start looking out the windows and
I'll take it.
maybe
They'll have
even
to see
coming
me
out on the
first.
street. I probably only a step away from the blue coat showing up.
I'll take it. I'll take the devil's bargain.
Okay, roll away.
All right, that is a 6 and 1 cocked d6, which came out as a 5. So a 6.
Okay. You raise your pistol, shoot at the light, and it goes out. Dramatically sparking. You can actually almost hear a few whispers of people who are sort of starting to peek out the windows. You even hear someone trying to, because you're quite used to this sort of thing, you hear the sound of someone untrained, mind you, trying to open the latch of a door quietly and take a peek out. But this doesn't matter too much because now you're in the dark. This is your domain. And because, as I mentioned, the clock's filled, at this point, what can only be described as a troop of jesters shows up. Or rather, well, basically they've sort of stripped away the more colourful parts of their outfit, and it all looks very, well, not too dissimilar from what you'd be wearing. Maybe with a few embellishments to show they work for the Leviathan Hunters. And none of them look particularly happy about anything. Well, except for one of them who's swooning a little at Bark.
Also, once the gunshot goes off and the light goes out, Bark is going to pick up the largest bit of rubble she can find from the bomb and throw it in the direction the gunshot came from.
Okay, what do you want to roll for that?
In this case, it's very much wreck.
Okay. Since obviously your quarry's already managed to do a pretty impressive backflip and put out the lights, I'm going to call that a desperate action.
That's good enough for me.
Okay. But good news, that's going to be some XP. And you know what, you can have standard effect.
Okay, so that is... Do you know what? I have enough stress. I'm going to push myself as well.
Okay, mark down 2 stress and take the extra dice then.
Is it going to be
That is a
standard
5.
effect when they can't see me?
Well, they could see you until the light went out, so...
I'm throwing it at
That's the
where
point.
the sound came from specifically.
Yeah. Yeah. Problem is, this game's not really designed for PvP, so... You know what? I'll make it limited effect, but you can change your mind about the roll.
No, I'm still going with it. I'm still keeping that 5.
Okay. Yep. Well, because it's a because it was a desperate roll, you hear a crash and you've thrown that through someone's window. There's a lot of you hear a loud. Well, what's this say? Someone's profaning very loudly, and you can hear footsteps coming towards the door. but I'm gonna say it's sort of nudge. It lands just to the side of sorry, Nick. What was your character again?
Spectre.
Spectre.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Spectre. Yeah, just to the side of Spectre. And showers him with rubble. And now this won't actually sort of slow him down or give his position away, but he's going to probably have it falling off him for at least a bit of time. If you want to try and track him. But, of course, the angry resident of the house is making their way to the door. You've got some you're all surrounded by jesters. What's your move, Spectre?
So I'm thinking... Well, Orland's thinking, hang on, there was a bomb, and now the people that I work for are out hunting to where that bomb went off. Like, I'm not that stupid. I can put two and two together. I've been double-crossed. They wanna silence the evidence. So my best bet is the people I was sent to kill, because they've got a vested interest in my employers not succeeding. So I am going to go psst to Bark, and I'm going to throw down a bit of rope that's attached to a grappling hook that I've put on the wall from my light climbing gear, which costs one less load than a normal climbing gear, and throw that down so that Bark can escape. And I'm hoping that will be like the olive branch needed that I don't get immediately killed, but I might also try and stick to the shadows when Bark comes up, just in case.
Okay, Bark.
Bark's going to take it.
Okay. You're not going to need to roll to heft yourself up there. So, yep, you climb up and join Spectre.
Talk.
No time for words, follow me. And we're going to book it. If we need to roll anything, I'll lead a group action on Prowl.
Yeah,
To get us
as
out
long
of
as
there.
Bark wants to do that, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll follow Spectre.
Okay. I'm just looking up group actions again because I've entirely forgotten how they go. But I'm pretty sure it's...
Basically, you both of you roll, and you take stress for everyone who fails their roll.
Okay.
But they get to use the highest result.
I can do that. Alright. Here we go.
I think there is a specific lurk ability that means if you lead a group stealth action, you can never take more than one stress, but I'm assuming you haven't taken it.
No, I have the Devil's Footsteps, which is what let me do that ridiculous backflip.
So we're both rolling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Mine was a 2.
Mine's a 6.
Great.
So we succeed, but I take one stress.
That's correct.
Do I still get the experience for that 2?
I don't think that was a desperate
It wasn't
one.
it wasn't a desperate roll, so there's no experience attached. It was basically Spectre was making the roll, and you're basically determining how much effort they had to put into it. So the stress is basically from helping you out. So I'm going to say what happens is, as Spectre tries to lead you to safety, you basically well, obviously, you're more of a straightforward fighter, so you're not quite used to stealth. You sort of put your foot in the wrong place, and the gantry you're standing on, the sort of balcony you stood on makes a loud creak, and draws the jester's attention towards you. So Alias has to sort of grab you and pull you into a shadow, and in a split second they look away. He pulls you along. But you're home free. Where are you going?
Well, Loudfoot, where is safe?
I mean, if he's at, are you asking me where something safe is?
I see nowhere else here. We're safe.
He's speaking in that. Yeah, he's speaking with a voice, so I'm going to say that. I assume that's in character.
Yeah, I don't normally talk like this.
Citation
I
needed.
was asking you to clarify what you said because sometimes accents can be hard for me.
Where is safe? Where is home?
I'm going to take him someplace I actually have the advantage. I'm going to take him to the cult's headquarters.
Alrighty. We're just going to sort of jump cut to the court's headquarters, where a very tearful Agatha is. So, Agatha. Bark enters with a very, very familiar-looking figure. How do you react?
As Spectre walks in, Bark is immediately slamming and locking the door behind her.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair.
Okay, how does everyone react?
I was expecting that. I think Spectre would be expecting it and knows that he's between a rock and a hard place right now, so no matter what happens, he's just got to go with it.
Agatha sees Bark coming in with the person who just caused Alias's death, and she starts screaming at Bark, "Why did you bring him here? What are you thinking? We have to kill him now!" She's still so upset about it that she won't listen to Bark's explanation and just again starts compelling the spirits to attack.
I'm going to take a Spirit Bane charm out and put it on my... pin it to my hood. Just, just seeing that happening, it's like, let's not.
Okay. Do you want to try and roll to do this, Agatha, or do you just want to... Are you just making that flavour?
She's serious about it. It's going to be an actual attack. She's going to roll.
Okay. Do you want to roll?
She doesn't have any justification for him being there yet. So, as far as she knows, Bark might be in on it, and this might be an assassination attempt on her as well.
Okay, do you want to roll anything to oppose it, either Bark or Spectre?
I'm not sure there's anything I really can roll to oppose this.
I mean, you can always try talking to her.
Agatha, please, I just need you to listen. Just for a moment.
I'm trying to think if Agatha and Bark have really built up a rapport of any kind before, and if she knows Bark can be trusted. I don't think they've really interacted before, and she knows that Bark has acted as Alias's bodyguard, but she did just watch Alias die while Bark was supposed to protect Alias, and then Bark comes in with the person she knows assassinated Alias, so she doesn't have any reason to listen to Bark or believe that he's actually does actually have good intentions. For all she knows, Bark has infiltrated the cult, and he's actually an assassin as well, or she did. getting Bark's pronouns. So yeah, no, she's not going to listen to Bark, and she's just full out going to attack Spectre first because she's seeing Spectre as the most immediate threat.
Okay. Spectre, do you want to roll anything to oppose that? Or are you just going to go with the Spirit Bane charm?
Well, I'll stick a Spirit Bane charm on me, but I'll also say to Bark, you were a bodyguard, yes? And just sort of stand behind her.
Yeah. Yep, just rely on the bodyguard who you just foiled.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say the spirit. I'm gonna say the Spirit Bane charm's going to give you potency to oppose Agatha. So I'm gonna say, Agatha, you have controlled because you're literally attacking someone who's willingly walked into your house, but limited effect because the Spirit Bane charm.
Does she see the Spirit Bane charm? I assume she can see it and knows that it's going to oppose.
Yep. Did you try to hide it in any way, Spectre?
Nah, I just pinned it to the front of my my hood.
Okay. Yep. She's definitely going to know what it is because she's a whisper.
Yeah. I think upon seeing that, Agatha will no longer be controlled. She will actually really start. She'll make a desperate attack.
Okay, so you're going all the way down to. So you're going all the way down to desperate.
Yeah. That's how does it work then?
I swear to fucking God, if I've got to make another character sheet.
Yeah. So mechanically, you've gone from a control position to a risky position, which is the normal position, and now it's desperate. So keep in mind, if things go badly, they're going to go really badly.
Yeah. Well, she's not being. She's not reasoning at the moment, so
okay.
She's not thinking about consequences.
Okay, so you're basically just being just sort of uncontrollably summoning spirits, and that's just going to try and overwhelm the charm.
Yeah. And also she's going to take a Devil's Bargain.
Okay, I'm going to say that's a desperate standard, and Devil's Bargain. If you succeed, well, you know what? The spirit you summon, it's not going to be one of the ghosts you're familiar with. It's going to be something quite unpleasant, and it's not really going to really stop at one human.
Yeah, she knows it's risky, but she's just like so upset and fearful and acting emotionally that she's kind of losing control of herself and her powers, and that just happens.
Okay, make your roll with one extra dice then.
Okay, that's 46. 2 6s.
Okay, so are you familiar with the opening of Final Fantasy X?
Vaguely.
Okay. So obviously it's not city destroying, but yeah, in the distance there's a death metal track. As something just from somewhere in the city, something just reels up, and it's just like sort of monster vision.
Oh shit.
And it just sort of the cat. If this was like a TV show, the camera would just dramatically pan, like sort of like a drone shot, pan towards the hideout and just like whoosh forward like. Rah!
Fucking sin.
Okay, this is obviously a situation I have to take control in. So I have on me some of the drugs that in the first episode I was in I confiscated from Alias. I forget what the drugs were called.
Trans powder,
yeah. Good
Yeah.
stuff. Good stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this, Summer, but I'm going to attempt to run up to Agatha and basically throw it in her face to knock her out.
You going to oppose that, Agatha, or?
Agatha, she's opposing it because again she doesn't have any reason to think that Bark isn't acting maliciously.
Okay, what do you want to roll to do that then, Bark?
I would initially argue skirmish
Yep, skirmish is good.
on the notion that that's what I'm good at.
Also fair. Do you want to take a devil's bargain or push yourself? This is going to be risky standard. Because you've done this before.
Yeah. I will argue that this should probably... I will knock this down to a desperate action.
Okay, that'll knock it up to great effect.
Yeah.
What are you doing that's going to make this desperate?
Basically, I'm just making a dead sprint through it, through the spirits and everything that's bombarding me.
Okay. Yep, okay, yeah, there's probably a few smaller spirits that have showed up, and the big one's just sort of getting its bearings right now. Well, mark your free XP and make your roll.
That is a 4.
Okay, that's a success with complications. So, you successfully managed to just power through the spirit and throw it in her face, and that knocks her out. Because it's great effect, this basically makes the spirits dissipate, and whatever was being summoned has just sort of suddenly lost its connection and just merges back into the ghost field for now. But this is a desperate action with a consequence, so there's been a lot of desperate actions this session.
It's been
I
a
should mention, yeah, this is the season finale, so I guess yeah. So I'm going to say one of the spirits grabs onto you. It just sort of as it disappears, it latches onto your arm, and you can't quite put your you can't put your hand on it. But you just feel the energy drain from it. So take level 1 harm. Do you have any level 1 harm slots left?
I do not.
Okay. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be level 2 harm. Dead arm. Well, it's more like a... No, okay, I could say it's a numb arm, but I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to make the 6 feet under reference.
Yep, now 2 of my limbs have been numbed.
Shocking. But yep, Agatha is knocked out and hopefully calmed. And
right
that all
before
just happened.
As she's getting knocked out, she whispers loud enough for Bark to hear, assuming that Bark is standing right next to her or over her or whatever. She just whispers, "How could you?"
Okay.
Today has not been a good day for Bark.
That's
Or
not
anyone,
even a good
really.
day for anyone. Oh god, the cultists we're turning on each other.
Yeah.
It's getting bad.
So, funny story, this was actually just supposed to be like the intro that set up the actual main score. My plan was basically, Alias would get assassinated, a new character would get introduced, and you'd just be able to build the bonds of trust in the job. But,
You underestimated.
I underestimated how long it would take, how quickly you'd turn on each other. Yeah, so it's what, 20 past 10.
Yeah.
So do you wanna try go for the score, or do you wanna sort of wrap things up?
I don't mind. Up to you.
I don't mind.
Okay, well, when do you want to finish? We could probably do a score in like 40 minutes.
Okay.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, so, you've successfully evaded the jesters. And Spectre is, well, you sort of bunk up at the night, bunker up in the cult's headquarters for the night.
Actually, what I would like to do, if possible, could I tie Agatha to a bed, just so like when she wakes up, she can't immediately get up, and then just like sit on a beam above her, waiting, and then have a conversation with her, basically explaining that I'm now on her side when she wakes up, to try and pacify her slightly.
You're gonna have to explain that to Bark first, because like I still need to interrogate you.
Okay, how does Bark feel about this then?
Oh, Bark hates this entire situation and brought him here exclusively so she had like a home field advantage while interrogating him.
Okay, so you're going to approve of the tie-up Agatha plan, or are you going to
absolutely
veto it? Okay.
She is dangerous. You've seen what she can do.
And you've seen what I can do.
Yes,
but
not
I'm
particularly much. You are bodyguard and already one dead, and you couldn't even defend me either.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Keith's
kind of right. This really should have probably been done in flashbacks.
Yeah, maybe we should do this in flashbacks. That's a good point.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got to be sassy, though.
Okay, so... Yep, I'm going to say we're just going to jump cut to the task that Lady Cleve had in mind. Like, a messenger was sent to your door the next day, and basically there's a train nearby. It's cutting through the city on its way to another far locale, and somewhere in one of the compartments, the luggage compartments, is something that belongs to a relative of Lady Clave's. She hasn't said what it is, but given a very clear description of the suitcase it's in. Your task is to steal it for her, because as soon as they set off, it's basically hers.
If it's another bloody book, I swear to God.
So, yep.
Quickly scribbling.
What's your plan of attack? What's your plan of attack?
Let's well, if it's going through town, right? We're gonna be we could. It's probably gonna go under some buildings, because Duskvol is it's built a bit like London. Like, everything is crowded over each other, right? What if we find a place that overlooks one of the train, jump onto it, and then sneak on in, find this suitcase, and then get out before it leaves town?
I mean, that sounds good to me.
Okay, so what do you put that under?
Is there an infiltration one? There is one in there. Hang on.
Yeah, there's like stealth or...
Probably stealth. It's not necessarily an assault, because we're not going in guns blazing, although I'm sure guns will blaze in the end. So if it's stealth, we need a point of entry, and I guess the point of entry is going to be the roof of the train that we jump onto from a bridge or something.
Hey, I like it. Okay, Bark, you okay with this plan? And
yes.
Agatha, I assume, well, for the sake of argument, we're assuming they've convinced you.
I don't know, I thought we were in a flashback just now. I'm a bit confused as to
basically we can flash back to how this was dealt with later.
Oh, like that you mean. Yeah, okay then. Let's operate under the assumption that it's worked out somehow.
So are you okay with the
Okay.
plan to jump on the train?
Sure.
Alrighty. So, that's 1 dice for luck. Would you say this plan is particularly bold or daring?
We're jumping on a train.
Sounds like
A
it.
moving train.
Yeah, you got me there. That's 2 dice then.
This is proper movie shit that's happening now.
Mission Impossible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So the plan's detailed. Does it expose the vulnerability in the target?
I don't think so, necessarily. We don't have too much background info on it, I guess. Given this is a one-off
Okay.
event, I can't ask my beggar friend really how guarded the bridge is or anything. I suppose Telda, my beggar friend, might have been
Okay.
on the bridge begging for a while, might know, the guard patterns, like the blue cloaks, how often they're going over and everything like that.
Yeah, we can handle that in flashbacks. Okay, so you can have 3 dice then. Any other elements you might want to consider?
If something goes wrong, I suppose we just have to get off the train as quickly as we can.
Yeah, I don't think that'll really make much difference.
I mean, there something else to consider that might make a slight difference. In this case, I would assume that as a part of our agreement to work with him is if he fucks up this job in any way, he's dead.
Ooh.
So he has motivation.
I have motivation anyway, as I will
Yeah,
continue
that's more
to
of
say.
that's more of a character thing though, so not really an engagement role thing. Okay, I'm giving you 3d6 to see how this goes then. You ready?
Here we
Your
go.
engagement roll to try and jump on the top of the train is... Two 6s and a 3.
Critical.
Yep, you have criticaled. Okay, so I'm gonna say, yep, this goes pretty well. You successfully sneak into a house. Oh, Keith is pointing out that if there's team friction, there's -1 dice. That's a point. But that's still only. I'll say that's the 3 that got shaved off, so you can still have that crit because I already rolled. And plus, I'd already written this moment in my head now, and I love it.
I think Keith's also just making shit up as well. Looking at the engagement roll page as I currently am.
Yeah, you does make a good point, but Keith, stop reminding everyone I'm a terrible GM. Oh yeah. So, you all managed to slip straight into the building. By as luck would have it, it's not particularly well guarded. As the train comes by, you all jump for it. You know what? Describe your superhero landings.
I'm definitely doing the combat roll sort of thing. I'm an experienced jumper, so I down and roll.
You're an expert wooden sweater.
In the case of Bark, it's basically kind of like going for the 3-point landing, but like she doesn't go all the way down. Like she stops herself before she has to do the 3rd point, basically.
Okay. The 3-point landing, but
I suppose
Strong.
that would just be 2-point landing in this case.
yeah, she just stops gravity cold. I like it. And Agatha?
As Agatha jumps, you see she's dressed in all black. She's still in mourning, and she opens a black parachute as she falls to
Ooh, lovely.
Yeah, like a goth Princess Peach.
Yes, to soften her fall, I guess.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, so you're all safely on the train, and because it's a critical, I'm going to say... Yep, you actually very luckily end up in the conductor's cabin, and you're able to swipe 3 train tickets, just in case you're questioned. So, yep, that's what you get for the crit. What would you like to do?
I'm just deciding on my loadout because I was initially thinking, you know, if we're
Oh,
gonna
right.
have to sneak
We should've-
in,
Yeah.
that I might go
We should've
heavy
done loadout.
loadout, so I've got a ton of things, and then like stick to the outside and try and like go across like that because I'm gonna look like I'm clearly here for a job. But if we've got tickets,
Sorry. Yeah, should have said. Should have asked you that beforehand. Sorry.
that's all right. I'm just trying to decide. I might go normal loadout then, because if we've got tickets, I might reasonably bluff a normal loadout. Like it's bulky, but I'm not clearly in like a riot shield and all that.
I think I'll go normal as well.
Okay, and Agatha?
Sorry, can you ask again? Or sorry,
What loadout are you using?
Agatha has gone for a light loadout as usual.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so as I said, you all make your cool landings on the train. You hop through a skylight, I guess, into the conductor's cabin. You grab some spare tickets, and the ball's in your court.
Is there a map of the train in the conductor's cabin? You know, like a safety one that might have evacuation routes, and most importantly, where the baggage carriage is.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say that's not really something that's gonna be particularly hidden or you'd really need to find. It's just sort of in a pile of documents. You actually no, it's probably just going to be attached to the wall because it's the kind of thing they need to look up quickly. So yep, you can see you're basically in the cabin just behind the engine room. There's maybe 5 passenger cabins, and then the luggage cabin's right at the end.
Right.
And there's a second, more secure luggage cabin beyond that, which is probably where your target is.
That'll be where it is. I'm going to point to that and go, there. There is our mark. Are we all ready?
As ready as I'll ever be. Let's just get this done.
Good. Try not to draw too much attention. Open the door and here we go.
Okay, so what do you want to do here? You just going to try and walk through? You're going to try and sneak through?
I'm going to try and sneak through, yeah. I'm going to try and like just sort of slip through all the people and like that Assassin's Creed thing where you're in groups of people in crowds and then jumping to the next crowd and that sort of thing.
Okay, is this a group action or are you all...
Yeah, actually, is everyone else coming with me? Because I will lead them in a group action if they want to do that.
Sure.
Okay. Agatha?
Agatha follows somewhat reluctantly.
Okay.
Okay. What do you like to roll for this?
Prowl. Absolutely.
Excellent. I'm going to call that risky standard because... You know what, I'll give you controlled actually, because as far as anyone knows, you're just another group of passengers. And standard effects. Everyone make your roll, and we'll see how much stress that's going to cost Spectre.
Yeah.
4.
6.
Oh, good, that's a success.
How many dice roll?
How many have you got for prowl?
Oh, prowl. 2.
2 dots in prowl.
You're as good at sneaking as I do. As I am.
Yeah,
Okay, yep, roll your dice.
It's the one thing next to resolve. Stuff that I've really interested in before. 5.
Oh, okay. That's no failures then.
Yes!
And total 6, so no consequences.
Yes! We're through!
Yep, you just stroll through the first cabin. No one even gives you a second glance. It's mostly just I'm gonna say the first 2 cabins are just, people commuting to their jobs, that sort of thing. Like, some of them aren't even going to another city or anything. They're literally just, they just hopped on because they knew it would go to the station on the other side of the city before hopping off, and it's just a bit more convenient than walking.
Good, we will make sneaks of you yet. Heavyfoot. Which I've decided is Spectre's nickname for Bark.
Bark already doesn't like you.
Well, she didn't like Alias that much, so
Yeah,
you already got the same rapport, basically.
it's great. We're already a team.
Okay, so the second cabin is full of pretty much the same. But yeah, I'll make a fortune roll for this. Just to see if anyone starts arguing with one another. Not you, obviously, the passengers.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, that's a 6, so yep, everyone's having a pretty good day today. What would you like to do for this cabin then?
If no one has any better ideas, I recommend the same course of action.
Yeah. I assume it'll be the base course of action until either we find what we're supposed to steal or something else happens.
Yep, I'm going to say... you know what, I won't make you roll because you already have that success. As you make your way to the end of the compartment... I'll be honest, I didn't really make many notes of this section. You, yeah, I'm gonna say you probably do actually just walk through the sort of first 3 compartments without any real fanfare. Actually, no, I'll make another fortune roll for the 3rd compartment. Oh, okay, that was a crit.
It's just a pleasant day.
Yeah.
Just grabbing
I mean,
like a
yep.
hard-boiled egg as I'm going past, and just it's just lovely.
Yeah, just crazy crazy things happened at the docks, but that's someone else's problem. Everyone's just having a nice morning.
Lady
Yep.
Luck is on our side. I don't trust
The
it.
tea lady. Yeah, the tea lady's just gone through. Everyone's enjoying their refreshments. You're offered some as you walk through.
I will pass.
Will anyone else take the tea?
No.
No.
Okay, your clocks stay the same. But only joking. I'd imagine Spectre doesn't have access to that poison anymore.
No, probably not. I would probably need another one of those downtime clocks that I hear so much about.
Yep. So, at the next cabin is a little trickier. It contains more really should have considered which factions would actually be on the train. Yep, I'm gonna say it's actually a group of Sparkwrights, and they're getting a bit rowdy. It seems they're actually on the way to some sort of convention or meeting. Yeah, just some sort of nerd gathering for nerds who protect the city by keeping its electric wall in good shape.
Now this could be a problem. You see the alcohol? They are not going to let us pass.
Yep, and obviously while as far as anyone knows, you're just another passenger. They wouldn't really want just another passenger and intruding on their party. So,
any ideas?
Give me a moment.
Well,
Yeah,
I think I
I've
have
got
a
none.
demolition tool somewhere in my bag if we need to.
I feel like demolition tools may be a bit extreme in this situation.
Ah, very well.
Hmm. How many compartments are behind this one?
this is basically the last one before the first luggage compartment, the less secure one.
Mm.
Is the gap between the trains like open air? Like you've got to step over a little, like, you know, where they've got that little linkage between the carriages?
Yeah, it's basically
yeah.
that. You go out through the door and then you have to... Well, obviously there's a sort of a foothold, so it's not particularly dangerous to do, but you do need to sort of be in the open air when you do it.
Well, if we have no other ideas, we could go back up and over, if we cannot go through.
That sounds like a plan.
Okay, so you are leaving the... So, which compartment... Well, where are you climbing on the roof from?
So if we back out to the gap between the two compartments, and then climb up onto the roof of the one that's full of spark rights, and then try and go over them basically, so that we don't have to try and get through them.
Excellent. What are you rolling for this? And is anyone going to lead a group action?
Just having a think of the best thing. I think this is probably... It's probably not prowl, it's not really stealth. I'm thinking I want to approach this with steady feet. So I'm thinking finesse, and maybe we should do a group action on this.
That sounds fair. Is everyone on board with that?
Yeah.
Pun intended.
How's Agatha feeling about it?
Agatha is kind of with her head in the clouds. She's kind of following without really thinking about it or really giving any input. She's not quite there for it. She's going along.
Okay. Everyone roll finesse then.
Right, step lightly, everyone. That's a 5 from me.
That is a 4 for me.
A 2 for
I take a point of stress.
Yep, you take a point of stress, and that's a 5.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a success with a complication. So I'm going to say you make it safely over the compartment, but as you drop down to the side, you can hear someone murmur inside the cabin. Hey, was that someone on top of the train? Yeah, I can't do a drunk voice.
You really need to just ham it up as much as possible. Go full low Marshall.
What?
Yeah, that was fucking good actually. That was really accurate.
I mean, to go full low Marshall, I think I'd have to go.
That took me a second. Splat. Well, we press on, I guess. I mean, I presume up there's enough noise going on that we can't actually hear someone saying what. We've just got to press and keep going and hope.
Yeah. I'm going to say, though, you do hear a few footsteps coming close to the door you just landed next to. So I'm going to call that a 4-part clock. And someone is going to take a look, at least. So,
who is good with people? I am not particularly.
Never been one of my strong suits.
I've got no points in anything in Resolve, so someone's got to be better at commanding, consorting, or swaying than I am.
Yeah.
I have a single point in command.
Agatha.
Yeah.
is the one to do this, I think, then.
Okay, Agatha, so you going to wait until someone pokes their head around the door to see what's going on?
Yeah, she's going to command them to intimidate them, try to impress heavily that if they utter a word to anyone else of their presence and what they're doing, they're going to suffer greatly.
Okay, so you're just going to try and scare a drunken spark right into pretending they didn't see anything?
Yes.
I'm gonna say that's risky. Yeah, it's risky because it's not the worst idea, and you can have standard effect for that.
She's going to push herself.
Make your roll then with an extra dice, and mark down 2 stress.
That's 3d6. 3-1-1.
3 ones.
3-1-1.
Oh, 3-1-1. Yeah, unfortunately that's not a success, and it still has a consequence.
I will take the consequence.
Okay, you're going to resist it for her.
Yeah.
Okay.
Protect. I'm taking the protect action for whatever the consequence is.
Okay. So, I'm gonna say our drunken spark right. Roll sticks his head out of the door, and just sort of, obviously he's got that sort of look of someone who's just a bit wobbly from a few drinks, and he just sort of blearily looks around, and he's not even really sure what he's looking for. And he sort of stops and looks at Agatha, who of course looms over him. Okay, Agatha, what does trying to intimidate him look like? Just for the purpose of argument.
I'm thinking.
Shall we just say it's sort of like you're just sort of just giving him the evils?
Yeah.
Okay. So Agatha just sort of starts staring him down, trying to make him back off.
She's
And
very much staring him down.
now obviously he's drunk and he's just being intimidated by some strange goth lady. He's too drunk to tell she's a whisper, so he's just going to start getting a bit aggressive. How does Spectre intervene here?
I'm going to step between the two of them and say, "Step back, friend, or you will see the wrong side of a blade."
Ooh. Okay, what should this be?
I mean, I'm assuming mechanically I'm just rolling to resist whatever the consequence is, but hey, if I can avoid taking all that stress, because I'm sure I'll roll a 1 and immediately get my first trauma in the first session.
That would be impressive.
It would. It'd be very me, though.
Alright. I'm gonna say... Since you're threatening him, I could go either prowess or resolve. Because obviously it's sort of force of will, but it could also be brawn.
I'll go with prowess.
Yeah, that's probably the best option, really.
Yeah.
Considering.
So I roll 3d6, and it's like 6 minus the result, isn't it, in stress I take?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Unless, of course, you roll a crit.
Well, here's hoping. It's a 5, which is... it could be worse.
Yep, so take 1 stress.
Okay.
And that's a success, so he sort of looks at you, sort of does a double take, almost falls back on his arse, and slowly sticks his head in the cabin. But since you rolled a 5, there's a consequence there, so I'm just going to start a... let's call it a 4-part clock. And that's just going to be the alarm being raised. And I'm filling in 1 slice. Because this is hopefully going to be a short job.
We should hurry, friends. Friends is very much air quotes on that.
It's just a phatic expression.
Yeah. Alright, next carriage.
Okay, so you open the door to the next carriage, and obviously this is the baggage. Just the normal baggage. There's no one actually around in here. As far as you can tell, the conductor was checking tickets in the first couple of cabins. The Sparkwrights aren't being bothered, so you have the run of the place. At the back, the end of the carriage is the door to the secure hold. Now, unlike the other two, it's not coupled as much as it's bolted. It's basically like they've sort of welded two cars together to make a larger car, and to create a solid wall between the standard baggage and the secure baggage. And obviously, they've got a locked door.
So there's no one in this
How
carriage.
big is the lock?
Oh, sorry. Give it.
Sorry, is the lock built into the door, or is it like a padlock?
Yeah, it's it's basically a safe door.
Okay, sorry, you were saying...
I was just going to ask, when we looked at the map, was the secure carriage, was that the last carriage on the train?
Yeah, that's correct.
And the engine's at the front, right?
Yep.
I'm going to disconnect the carriage that we're in, which is welded to the one at the back. And then they're going to power off. We don't have to worry about people unless there's some in the secure carriage, but at the very least, we're going to have most of the train is gone.
Okay, I like it. How are you going to do this?
Okay, I'm going to use my... Ooh, I wonder if I could use my climbing gear. I tell you what. I'm gonna take out my burglary gear, of course. We'll use that. It's presumably got like a crowbar or something in it, right? That I can use to lever it out.
Yeah, that's good. What would you like to roll for this?
I guess this sounds really rather like tinkering. This isn't finesse, prowl, or skirmishing. I haven't got any points in tinkering, so it's not going to go well, but I'm going to give it a go anyway.
Okay, would you like to push yourself or take a devil's bargain? Or would anyone like to assist?
I think I'd like to assist.
Okay, how are you going to assist in this endeavour?
Well, in this endeavor, I certainly have the physical strength. This one doesn't, to be able to actually move the crowbar once it's in place.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll jam it in and I'll go like that and I'm like, and then I'll see Bark approaching and just go here, and just like step back.
Okay, that's an extra dice to you then, and that'll cost Bark 1 stress. Make your roll.
Is it possible that I could give the crowbar to Bark and have her make the roll?
That is also acceptable.
Because I'm imagining
What am
she's
I
got
rolling?
pretty good. It was originally going to be Tinker, but I don't know, Rec might make sense for you or whatever makes sense for you. However you'd approach.
Assuming the crowbar is actually like already jammed in place, it'd probably be Wreck.
Yeah, that's fine. Do you want to push yourself or take a devil's bargain?
No, I'm good.
Okay, and this is a this is risky standard. Still love those words.
Yeah, and that is a 6.
Yes, nice.
Excellent.
That's way better than whatever
So,
I've gotten.
Instead of like walking up and like prying on the crowbar, the moment it's in place, I just like give it a strong kick, and it dislodges the train.
Yep. I love it. Okay, so you give it a quick kick, and I'm going to say the crowbar lands handily at your feet, and I guess you get to strike a pose. So, the train's rolled off into the distance, and you've got the carriages, well, obviously momentum, still keeping it moving forward for a bit, but I'm going to say that I'm going to fill in the next 3 slots on that alarm.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, and they're probably going to fill in the last one quite shortly, but I guess I'll start a new chart. And that's just going to be how long it takes them to send someone to actually take a look at whatever the heck's going on. Actually, no, I'll make it a 6-piece one.
How good are you at locks?
I do have fine lockpicks, so I might actually be alright at that.
Okay. What's here with the spark rights again? Oh yeah, the spark rights are tier 5. Your gang is tier 1.
Mm-hmm.
Fine lockpicks would be effectively tier 2.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to pick their locks would still be limited effect.
Can I trade position for extra effect?
Yep, you're controlled, so you can, okay, I'll say, right, if you drop to, risky, that'll bring you up to tier 3, which, still limited. Yep, if you drop to desperate, that'll bring you up to, yeah, you can drop to desperate to bring yourself up to tier 4, well, equivalent to tier 4, which is going to give you standard effect.
I'll go to desperate.
But obviously it's okay, desperate. What does a desperate lockpicking attempt look like?
Maybe it breaks my lockpicks and I can't use them this rest of the session, or until I buy more. Maybe even.
Yeah, that'll be a consequence. But how do you desperately try to lockpick something? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, so these are going to be quite like complicated locks. The Sparkrights probably put like little trap bits in. I'm in my attempts to be really quick. Like I probably could lockpick this if I had enough time, if I had infinite time. But I know the clock's ticking. In my attempts to be quick, I'm not going to be as I suppose as careful about those, and I'm just going to like really go for it and try and unlock it quickly without any regard to the risk.
Okay. What are you gonna use for this then?
Finesse.
Yep, finesse is good.
And so I've traded all the position. I don't really want to push myself because I'm actually close to traumaing out, and we might need it later. Is there a devil's bargain I could take?
Devil's bargain. You know what? If you succeed, you'll foul your lockpicks, and you'll have to get new ones at some point.
Okay, that sounds good. Alright. Oh my god, 2 6s.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I only had 2 d6s to roll as well.
Okay, so you quickly push your torque wrench into the lock. You take your pick out. Well, you take every pick you have out, and you don't want to be, you're being quick about this, so you basically just rake. So you push back and forth, you turn the torque wrench, and to your shock, it just clicks.
I'm gonna wipe a bead of sweat off of my face and say, see? Easy. Easy. There's no lock the Spectre cannot break. But inside I'm rattled that it's actually worked.
Yeah. Yep. And as it turns, you hear you hear an unpleasant groaning sound. As the basically this lock is like industrial grade, so the springs wouldn't be out of place in some sort of crossbow. And with a groan, you basically feel the lockpicks twist in your hand as the cylinders sort of jam around them and twist them into uselessness.
Easy peasy. I'm just gonna try and hide the hide the lockpicks. Easy peasy. Just open the door quickly so they can't. I presume the lockpicks are just jammed in there, and I'm not gonna get them out.
Yeah.
So easy peasy. Do not look and lock.
Yeah. There's no consequence, so I'm just going to say there's no particular markings on your lockpicks or anything that could give you away, which would have been the consequence otherwise.
Phew.
But anyway. Okay, so, who wants to enter the compartment first?
I will.
Okay, Barg. You, as the door slides open, you walk in. And before you is a bizarre mechanical humanoid figure. It sort of creaks. Electroplasm as you walked in. Electroplasma bursts to life behind its eyes, and it regards you. What are you doing here, meatbag?
I'm just here to pick up some luggage.
Do I even need to begin to say what is wrong with that statement?
Oh, it's not Marvin, is it?
Yeah, to be clear, this is indeed Marvin.
No. Well, I've never met Marvin, so it's alright.
Yeah. Orlan, you have no idea why this lump of metal is talking.
Interesting mechanical creature.
Come now, Marvin. I'm just here to.
Thank you, uninteresting meat creature.
I like this
We're
one.
just
We
here
will
for
get
a
on
job.
well. Thank you for compliment. I am indeed uninteresting. I slip off mind and hide in shadow.
What are you doing here, Marvin?
I am being loaned to one of the Leviathan hunters. A favour to my master.
Don't suppose you could tell us which one?
Are you telling me they're different? Like one of the clavs, I don't know. Clavs. It's been a while
And
since I've cared about human names.
Lady Clave?
No. Definitely one of the what do you call it when they use the pronoun that doesn't have the S on it?
Male?
No. Yes, I am being posted, but I don't see what that has to do with this.
Okay, no, just... Do I see the package I'm supposed to be looking for?
What do you want to roll?
Uh... I don't know, if I'm looking for something, would that be study?
Yep, study's good for just sort of trying to work out which of it, if and well, what in this you already know it's probably in here. So, which of these is what you're after? Keeping in mind, Lady Clave did give you a description of the package.
So at least I know what I'm looking for.
Yeah. In fact, I won't actually make you roll for this, actually. I'm going to say you see the crate that matches the description perfectly. It has the Clay family seal, it has the Leviathan Hunter's seal, it has Skurlock's seal. It is an open crate with nothing inside it. And it's Marvin-sized.
So, Marvin, my good friend Marvin. I
will let that slide.
I'm afraid you'll be coming with us.
You in what army, meatbag?
Oh, Marvin, we both know I'm my own army.
Marvin just takes a look at your slightly zapped arm. And lets the pun just hang in the air. Well, meatbag, if I am to have my services redirected, what is in it for me?
Well, I'm not sure it'd really be redirected. You'd still be going to a Leviathan hunter named Clave.
This is not unreasonable, but we both know why you're here. When Lady Clave sets out to sea, any crime she may be guilty of will be pardoned on her return. This includes the theft of me.
Yeah, it's quite convenient, isn't it? So I suppose the better question, what do you want in return?
What do I want? I am little more than a ghost, controlling a series of mechanical bodies. They wouldn't even offer me a hollowed body, as my master so likes to indulge in. This does not bother me. However, I was denied the chain gun upgrade for one of my arms.
Did you say chain gun?
Yes, a type of firearm designed to load on pieces of chain.
Interesting.
While inefficient, it is most cathartic to use.
So you may be weaponized.
My chassis is indeed designed for combat.
If you come with us, we will get you that chain gun upgrade.
Very well. What guarantee can you offer me of this?
None. But everyone else is saying they won't do it, and we are saying we will. That's already better, is it not? But I give you my word, and my word is worth more than anything else. If I break it, you may kill me.
Marvin turns towards Bark and Agatha. Blinks, which basically is just their eyes dimming slightly for a second. And finally says, "Your friend here is much more straightforward than you. I'm not sure I dislike it."
I'm not sure I'd call him a friend.
This is an endorsement I can accept. I accept your bargain.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sure we will get on modestly.
Okay, so...
I am
Should
just
you-
glad the noisy one is not here.
Yes, well, I put paid to that one.
Okay, Marvin, can you get back in your box so we can transport you better?
Very well. And with that, they basically they walk into the box, and for a second it doesn't look like they've done anything, but then they just sort of fold up and literally just almost cube-like just sort of flop in, and the sort of lid fastens itself.
Well, we should take it and go before the train people get back.
Good idea, Heavyfoot.
I'm going to throw
By
you
the
off.
way, I'm going to say you're at 4 notches out of 6, by the way.
Let us
Yeah,
go.
I'm going to throw you off the next train we're on.
How are you
Understood.
getting your how are you getting your package off the train then?
Way. I think. Well, presumably we've slowed down enough that we can probably get off without risking
Yeah.
injury. But whereabouts
Yeah, I'm
are we? I
saying-
guess is the question.
Good question. You could be basically anywhere right now.
Sure, would be convenient if we were right next to the. Right next to the Order of
Yes,
the
that-
Orb Church.
Yes, that would be very convenient, wouldn't it? You know what? Since you're delivering it to Lady Clave, I'll just make it a fortune roll to determine how close you ended up to her with just 1 dice. I mean, not her, literally, like in the docks. Okay, that's a 4, so I'm gonna say... you're in... Yep, you're in you're in the tracks going through Crowsfoot. And you're not too far from the docks. Maybe if you head yep, you're just maybe a bit off from the main street. So if you head a bit north, you'll be on the docks, and then it's just a few more blocks until the warehouses and such like, where Lady Clave's people can take custody of Marvin.
Well, then we walk, and on the way, perhaps we find a way to kill this Lady Clave once and for all.
Yep, you just find the kill Lady Clave button on the way.
I more meant like this is going to be Orlan discussing with the cult of the orb and his
Speaking of
motivations, exactly why he wants to kill Lady Clave, and why therefore he thinks it's in his best interest and in the Order of the Orb's best interest that they work together.
Okay, going to say the train came to a stop on level ground, so luckily you went above or below ground, so you just slide it off. Obviously it's not exactly an inconspicuous package, so how are you going to transport it?
It's the dock. Surely everyone's carrying around crates. We should be alright.
Well, you're in Crow's Foot, so you're not quite at the docks yet.
That's not going to work. Okay.
Well, it's simple. I grab this end of the crate. You Shadow Man, you grab that end of the crate, and we walk.
Very well.
What's Agatha doing in all this?
Sitting on top of the crate.
Yes, she is indeed sitting on top of the crate.
Okay, so Crow's Foot, obviously, quite a lot of the dockers live here. So you see a few of them commuting. There's a few blue coats, but they're not particularly interested in anything at the moment. I mean, it's getting towards what passes as the evening, so they're probably thinking about how soon they can bunk off for a drink. The odd carriage goes by. A few gang members are sort of wandering. A few stare at you, wondering if maybe you're worth mugging. But between Spectre and Bark, you probably don't look worth messing with. One who seems a bit bold takes a look at Agatha, does a double take, and decides not to even try it. But it's a long walk.
But if nothing happens, we do make it there eventually.
Yep, I'm gonna say you're going to get to the docks without any problems. If you wanna, are you just gonna walk there, or are you going to do anything else?
Seems like the best way is just direct there.
Okay, so as you get to the docks, obviously, the occasional pedestrian traffic is sort of filtering into mostly dock workers now. The odd merchant is leaving as quickly as possible. As you keep moving, a couple of blue coats walk by. Quite a familiar pair of blue cloaks, in fact. Blue coats, in fact. One skinny woman, one very heavy-set man. They stop for a minute, think for a minute, mutter something and keep walking. Because, you know, they are not going to bother with this nonsense again. Gerlock cannot pay them enough to set with you. And, well, you make it to the warehouse. As you approach, a couple of jesters walk out. They drop. I'm gonna say they probably hand Bark a bag of silver and take hold of the crate. But just as you're making the exchange, one of them pauses and looks at Spectre.
That isn't good. This is going like, wait,
so,
I know you, and just like looking at me straight in the face, like zooming in.
Yeah.
Citizen.
They can sort of. Yep, you can see the cogs turning in their head. Who wants? Does anyone want to act here, or?
I don't have much that can be done to deal with this sort of thing, because my thing is not being spotted in the first place. Anyone else got any ideas?
Can you please hurry this up? We have to get on Lady Clave's ship pretty soon.
Wait, so I missed
We have
something. So we've been spotted, and it's just one person?
Yeah, someone recognizes me.
Yeah, it's one person recognizes him. Well, might be sort of more like they've seen them. Well, they've seen him in it. They look. I think he looks vaguely familiar.
Come now, hurry it up. We have Leviathans to hunt.
Is there anyone else nearby?
What do you want to roll for that? And yeah, there's a couple of jesters, and obviously the place is crawling with dog workers and stuff.
In this case, it'd probably be command.
Okay. Do you want to push yourself? Anyone want to assist? Okay. How are you going to assist?
Also just command, kind of follow Bark's lead,
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so take 1 stress. Bark, you get an extra dice. This is going to be risky standard.
Ooh, risky standard. That is a 6.
Okay. Success for no complications. The gesture just shrugs. Decides not to make any, concludes that, yeah, I guess, yeah, maybe you just don't recognise all the crewmates that have been recruited, and pushes the crate with Marvin and off. With their friend, with their colleague, and yep, obviously, you've got the bag of silver. So, with that,
How much coin is that worth?
I'm gonna say you've got 4 coin there. Actually, no, Lady Clave's paying you, so yep, you can have 8 coin for that.
Cool. That's 4 for me and 4 for Summer. I forgot your character's name. I apologize.
Agatha.
Agatha. Thank you. Yep. So you get 4. I'm sorry, Spectre. You get none. We're still mad at you.
Interesting. I'm looking at my vice. Interesting. Okay.
Oh, shouldn't have killed our boss.
Spectre will remember that.
Okay. Do you want to do anything else, or are you headed home from the score?
I think for now we will be headed home because we got to rest up for Leviathan hunt.
Yeah.
Yep. Starting whenever the next session is, season 2 of Guild of Icons Blades in the Dark, or whatever you want to call it.
Guild of Icons Blades in the Dark. We're in future Atos.
Yeah, just Leviathan hunting now. Crimes? Nope. Only crimes against nature.
We're going out into international waters to commit a murder.
Yeah, basically.
Oh no, we've become the 1%.
I mean, that's who you're working for.
That's true.
I mean, to be fair, if anyone was anyone in the crew was a member of the 1%, they've been painfully poisoned to death.
Orlan is a murderer of the rich.
Speaking of, did he ever tell us who his employer was?
It was Lady Clave.
Oh, I knew it.
Dun, 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 dun,
I
dun.
knew it. Yeah.
That's why the betrayal, that bomb, was meant to be his payment. So that there was a bomb in it has made him somewhat angry at Lady Clave because his vice is obligation. If he takes a job, he will do it no matter what, and he expects everyone to 100% hold up their ends of the bargain. And if they don't, they get a knife between the ribs. So Lady Clave is the target now.
And ironically, because she has a very strange attitude to who she puts on her crew, it's conveniently safe to assume you've actually got a place there. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
It's that, or I'm gonna have to try and sneak on a boat while everyone else is just walking on, and that's gonna be nightmarish. Let's go with that story. It's better.
Yeah. As has been established, she already knows like half a crew wants to assassinate her. Okay. And we'll see what that looks like in future, but for now, it's time for everyone's favourite part of the game, downtime.
Hey!
EXP.
XP. Heat. Stress. Well, not stress.
Okay. Well, first things first, let's get to the payoff. Obviously, you've got your 8 coin, so you can split that as you see. Well, you can put that in the gang's coffers. You can split between the party. That's all up to you, the players. Next, it's rep. So that's 2 rep per score by default. If the target of the score is a higher tier than you, plus 1 per higher tier. Who was the target? The Sparkrights.
Yeah.
They were tier
5.
I thought they were tier 4.
No, they were 5 because I had to go from controlled to
Oh yeah.
desperate and use fine tools to even have a chance of opening that door.
Oh yeah, right. Oh, I messed up there. They're actually tier 4.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Wait. No, wait. Yeah, because you had to equal 4. The fine
that
tools
would
got
be-
you up.
Yeah,
would
yeah.
have got you up to tier 2. Then you had to bump yourself up 2 tiers to be equal.
I'm gonna make a note on my sheet that my... Oop, that didn't work. I'm gonna try and make a note on my sheet
Yeah.
that my fine lockpicks are broken. Ah! It doesn't want it. It's not happening.
Tragic. Yep, so you're a tier 1 gang, they're a tier 4. So that's 2, 3. Well, yeah, that's an extra 3 rep. So you're on 5 rep now.
Wait.
You didn't really keep the operation quiet. I mean, you literally decoupled a train.
I thought we were previously on 4 rep
Yeah, so I think we're on 6 now.
and 7.
7 even. Sorry. Yes, you're right.
Yeah, you got 5 rep total from that because you get 2 by default.
Oh, 5 from that. Oh, okay,
Oh.
so that means we're on 9 rep. 1, 2, 3,
Ooh.
4. 1, 2, 3.
And what
4,
was the other thing you said
5.
after rep?
Nice.
I didn't say anything after rep.
Oh, I thought you said something else.
Yeah, obviously you've got coin.
Mhm.
Dunno.
Well, some of us.
I'm
Hey, you
going
were
to say...
in a bomb.
Okay, on to heat. Well, maybe you'd... smooth and quiet, no exposure? Let's see.
It was probably
I'd say,
contained, wasn't it? Because didn't people spot
Yeah.
us at one point?
Yeah, I'd say... Well, to be fair, that was before the score. That was dealing with the fallout from the previous night. And to be fair, as far as anyone knows, the assassin attacks you, so that's not really going to reflect on you that much.
Good point.
I mean, to be fair, the assassin is now with you, but they don't know that. But yeah, I'll say it's fairly contained because, you know, train getting decoupled and robbed. Okay, it happens. None of the passengers were hurt. The Sparkrights party wasn't even interrupted. All in all, no one really cares. Well, obviously the Leviathan Hunter who lost his package does. But, you know, Lord Skurlock finds the whole thing hilarious. And, yeah, it's not like they don't know Lady Clave had it stolen, so... Yep, that's just going to be 2 heat. Oh, +1 heat for a high-profile or well-connected target. That's the spark rights.
3
No, it wasn't on hostile. Yep, so that's 3 total. No one was killed.
We're at max heat.
Oh, what's that?
We're at max heat.
Oh dear. Okay, that's going to be another wanted level, I'm afraid.
Our second one, yes.
Wait, we're at
Yep.
max? We've got 3 slots left on heat, haven't we?
Yeah, we just filled them up.
Oh, I thought we took 2 from contained. Oh, +1. Yep. Yep. No, I'm being an idiot. Yep, that is... That. Never mind, ignore me.
We were saying that...
But if anyone wants, you know what, I'll be nice. Because obviously you're going on a long voyage. I'm going to say if anyone wants to lure heats with their downtime activity, that's going to happen before you hit the wanted level.
I was thinking of doing that, actually. Shall I quickly roll? Well, I mean, I suppose it'll put us below max regardless, because even if I roll a 1, it'll be underneath. So
Yeah.
I can do it in a second.
What do you want to do to lure heat then?
I think I'm gonna start I'm gonna use my contacts with the beggars to try and put some whispers out that it was a rival gang that did the job.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. What do you want to roll?
I'm guessing that's gonna be consort or sway. It doesn't matter. I've got nothing in him, so I should have prowled my way out of this. But well, here we go.
Okay. Yep. So roll 2 dice and take the lowest result.
Okay. Oh, that's a 3.
Oh, that's quite agreeable.
It's still only 1 point. If it had been a 4, it'd be 2.
Yeah, sorry.
That's alright. Okay,
Yep,
so...
but you're below the threshold at least.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, entanglements. So, we're at 6 heats. Wanted level is 1. Let's roll 1 dice. This is not going to... But this could be quite ugly either way. Okay, that's a 2, so flipped or interrogation. One of the PC's rivals arranges for one of your contacts, patrons, clients, or a group of your customers to switch allegiances. Due to the heat, they're lured to another faction now. Do you have any notable allies that I could do that with? Okay, interrogation sounds juicy. The Bluecoats round up one of the PCs to question them about the crew's crimes.
I'll go.
Okay.
Can pay them off.
Yep, for free coin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's much better than me going, because I've just read how much harm I'd take.
Yep, level 2 harm and +3 heat, and you'd have to resist those.
Yeah, let's go with a coin instead.
Okay, 3 coin, so you're down to 5 coin for this score, but that's still a respectable amount.
I will be forever in your debt, Agatha.
Yes, I consider the
Should make a note
that
of
we
that.
had to you from the score.
Okay. And let's do XP before I forget. Okay, so I'll just go based on... Okay, so Spectre, you're first in the call.
Okay, so XP, I've already marked the desperate action that I did for the lockpick. I marked that when I did it.
You're good.
Address the challenge with stealth or evasion. I think I did that a lot. Like,
Yeah, you did that a lot.
So I'm going to put 2 XP into prowess so I can hopefully get... Actually, I'm going to put them into playbook so that maybe I can get expertise, which will let me lead group actions more, because I've done a lot of those today. Then express my beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I think I went pretty far in on that drive, that obligation drive. Oh no, that'd be vice, that'd be next. So my background is the underworld, so I think I've done that one pretty well. I haven't done much Scovlan heritage, because my understanding of the Scovlan heritage is that we're essentially refugees, and we're looked down on by most walks of all society. But I think I've gone for the underworld sort of background of trying to steal a fair bit. I wouldn't say probably just 1 XP's worth, but not as much as I was doing anything else.
That's fair.
But I was definitely burgling away. And issues from my vice. I was running obligation as hard as I possibly could at every possible moment. And at some point I might have to stab Bark because of the obligation. That's me done.
Okay. Bark.
Yes.
Have you addressed a challenge with violence and intimidation?
Violence or coercion, and exclusively, yes.
You're pretty good for that, yeah.
Yep, you absolutely have.
Jesus.
Also, I will say that for the desperate actions, I did get my prowess up all the way.
Nice. What are you putting your dot in?
I'm putting skirmish.
Excellent. Okay, and did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background?
I don't think I did.
Yeah, didn't really come up. And did you struggle with issues from your vice or trauma?
No.
Okay, no XP there then. Agatha.
I'm trying to remember if I did 2 or 3 desperate actions.
Okay. I think you should have really marked down the XP as you got it, but...
I did the first time, and after that I forgot.
Okay.
Wasn't reminded.
I think I have a feeling it was definitely 3, but can anyone correct me on that?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
It was... I think the first time was at the window.
Oh yeah, that...
And then...
Oh yeah, the window, you used a tune. Yeah, it was 3 times and you used a tune for each one.
Yeah.
So yeah, mark 3 XP in that track. Did you address your address challenges with knowledge of or arcane power?
I mean, I tuned to the spirits a lot.
Yep, you can have 2 XP for that.
In resolve or in something of my choice?
Oh yep, you can put that XP where you like. Did you express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background?
Let's go in my playbook. Beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I mean, I feel like this session was mainly about for Agatha, mainly about her connection with Alias.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that really fits. I did also try to seduce the jester.
Yeah. You can have 1 XP for that one then. And last but not least, did you struggle with issues from your vice or trauma?
I think the trauma is coming.
Yeah, the trauma came up a bit.
Wait, give me back. Was-
Oh, well, while we're waiting for someone to get
Sorry,
back. Oh, okay.
sorry, my dad was saying something to me. So yeah, the vice didn't really come up with the trauma. I think Agatha is really struggling with getting haunted by Alias's death.
Okay.
I've actually written out a whole backstory about that now. Well, what's going to spring forth from that? It's character development time.
Nice.
Like, yeah, before this, Agatha was a one-note character, but now she's actually going to start coming into her own, I think, or at least developing.
Excellent.
Probably not positive ways.
I don't think anyone develops positively in Blades in the Dark.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's all designed to spiral down into dramatic and doom and gloom. Of course, it's obviously it's up to the players what sort of tone that doom and gloom has, but nevertheless, doom and gloom. Anyways,
I don't know when the right time to go into that is.
well, in any case, that's XP. Let's do a crew XP.
Oh yeah.
So, crew-specific XP trigger. So, it's still a cult, but I don't think you've really done anything to advance your deities.
No.
Well,
No, I don't think so. The orb was not praised today.
We did not ponder.
Yep. In fact, it lost one of its greatest acolytes by accident.
A certified non-believer Alias.
Yep. I just like to think that, the following day you all attend Alias's funeral and there's just like the faintest ray of sunlight on his coffin.
Yes. This
Also
confirms
a,
my background.
A certain Leviathan hunter is there and looks very angry with all of you. This may come up later.
I think
Anyway,
we did contend with challenges above our current station, though.
Yep, you can have 2 XP for that.
What do we want to put that in? Oh, it's just there's one track, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, that's easy enough.
Okay, did you bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one?
Well, we did the job pretty well.
Yep.
I'm not
And
sure
there's
one of our members dying affects our reputation.
Well, that's if
Yeah.
anything, like that's Lady Clave's reputation at risk. Like she can't do a party for shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna say someone saw you chase after an assassin and there was an explosion. Clearly you mean business.
Yeah, and we managed the great train robbery just fine. With, no major blowback.
Yep.
So Lady Clave's got to be happy with that.
Yep, you can have 2 XP for that.
Put that on the tracker as well.
Did we get any XP for anything else already? Sorry, I was distracted.
We got
express-
2 on the crew sheet for contending with challenges above our current station.
Did you express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew? Yeah, I'm saying you've got that sort of infighting dynamic right now. You can have 2 coin for that.
Yay! Oh, that actually fills in the XP track.
Did she just say
Ooh.
coin or XP? I thought I heard coin.
Corn?
Coin.
No, XP, not coin.
Yeah, I thought it.
Did I say coin?
I thought I heard that.
I don't know, my brain kind of just dropped
Yeah.
everything for a sec when I noticed the XP
But,
tracker fill up.
yeah,
the
the
endorphins
XP
hit.
The XP tracker did fill up, yes.
Yeah, we've leveled up the crew. Well, we haven't leveled up the crew. That's a different thing. We've yeah, we get a feature of some kind. We'll have to decide that. I probably best to do that one offline, I guess, because we'll have to read through them all.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, last but not least, then, what would you like to do for your? Well, obviously, nearly said Alias. Then, rest in peace. Spectre. What would you like to use your final downtime activity for?
Oh, that's right. I'm going to try and indulge my vice, which is obligation. So I'm trying to work out what...
Yep.
You know what I reckon I would do with obligation? I will probably spend a lot of time like cleaning and stuff like that. So my obligation is now to these people, the Order of the Orb. So I'm going to do all sorts of cleaning, like things people haven't asked me to do at all. Like I'm going to just be like mopping down surfaces that haven't been ever touched, climbing up into the weird bits and like dusting them down and that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, I like it. And yeah, presumably this is going to be both the headquarters and the former Skurlock mansion.
Yeah, although I'm just
Now-
cleaning everything. Every time Aura
Wow.
levels up, Nick gets a dose of serotonin. I love that too much. Is it just... It's 1d6, isn't it, for...
Yeah,
indulging
you
vice?
roll your lowest attribute. No, you roll your lowest
Oh.
attribute.
Oh no.
So that's going to be yeah. I'm afraid that's going to be 2d6 and take the lowest result.
Yeah. That is going to be a 2.
Okay. Take 2 stress.
Take 2 stress? Oh no, remove it. Yeah. No, that makes more sense.
yeah, sorry.
No, my brain was like... My brain's just used to the GM saying, take 2 stress, and then like putting it on the tracker. That was...
Yeah, that was on me. Sorry.
That's alright. It was an automatic, like what's that one? Monkey sees the hammer, and
Yeah.
then it's like synapse activation.
Alright. Okay, so, Bark, what do you like to do with your downtime?
My stress is actually very high, and it's been a very stressful couple days. So Bark is going to give into her vice and go and find people to beat up.
Okay, so you're just going to be cruising for someone to fight, or?
Yep, I'm going out of my way to like pick as many fights as I can.
Okay. Roll away.
You said that
Obviously,
was
it's
our...
your
Okay.
yeah your lowest ability score.
Okay.
So obviously
So
that's
that-
the one that comes up.
4.
Sorry, carry on. A 4.
Sorry. Yeah. Because roll
Okay.
to pick lowest. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. 4.
No, it's your ability scores. So obviously all your actions are split into 3 groups. Each of those groups is an ability score, and each of your dots in your ability score is equal to how many of you have at least 1 dot in.
Mm,
So whichever
So-
has the lowest amount of dots, you roll that.
oh, that would be resolved. So
So how many different abilities do you have dots in?
1.
Okay, roll 1 dice and deduct the result.
Okay. In this case, that is a 3.
Okay, take 3 stress off. I need to change the wording of that. Remove 3 stress. Remove 3 stress. That's the wording I'm using. And what do you like to do for your other activity?
I should probably do the healing clock thing, project clock.
Okay. Oh yep, you still have Lancette, so that's an extra dice. I think Lancette still has 2 dice. Yeah, 2 dots in Tinker, so you may roll 3 dice.
Okay. The highest one there is a 5.
Okay, that I believe is... Oh, yep, that's 2 segments on the healing clock.
Nice.
Okay, and Agatha, how are you spending your downtime activities?
First question, I'm a bit confused. So now you said we had 2 downtime activities, which the game rules do say, but I only got one downtime activity at the start of the session. Is that right?
Yeah, that's if you miss a session, you get 1 downtime activity representing what you were doing during the last session while your character was off.
Yeah. Okay, I was a bit confused. So yeah, I think she doesn't have the obsessed trauma, but she's going to be obsessively working towards a long-term goal. Pretty much. So, as I said, she's Agatha's become haunted by Alias's death because he was the member of the crew she was closest with. They went through a lot together, and she considered him her best male friend. And so, because she is now distrusting of Bark, and especially Spectre, since he was the one to cause Alias's death, logically she knows that he was only following orders from Lady Clave, and he says he's been double-crossed, but still she doesn't fully buy it. She doesn't trust him completely, and she doesn't trust Bark either for bringing Spectre kind of into the fold. And yeah, so in general, she's kind of going to start operating against them at certain points. But yeah, the project now is for her that she has started convening with and leading a sub-faction of the cult's followers, those who were closest with Alias. And she is, or believes in Alias, I don't know how to say it exactly, but she's pretty much beginning a sub-cult or cult dedicated to Alias as the avatar of the sun.
Oh, wow.
Amazing.
Okay.
And that is also part of her plan to avenge his death.
Okay.
And murdering whoever ordered the assassination.
Okay.
So Lady Clave, as far as we know at this point.
Alright, so I'm gonna say we'll make that a 4-part clock just for the first stage of just sort of making contacts and working out who's going to be loyal to that cause. And that'll allow you to create your sub-faction. And a future long-term project can sort of address building that up.
That's really cool.
So, yeah. So, how do you want to start going about that?
How to start going about that? I hadn't fully thought that out yet. I think she's just like congregating with the other followers and such in kind of secret, hushed behind the backs of Bark and Spectre. She's telling them about what happened and kind of pushing them to see her way about how what happened was wrong, and Alias was actually she's kind of going to start proselytizing, or how do you say it, for Alias on his behalf, like saying he was a man, and he was a true worshipper of the sun, and the sun had actually manifested before Alias, which is true. That did actually
Yeah, this is true.
yes, and
It did.
so Alias was the human avatar of the sun. He died for our sins, and so we must punish those who caused his death. She's pretty much creating the Christianity with
All hail,
Alias
soul
as
of Jesus.
the sun and the sun.
Oh god.
The sun, the sun, and the sun.
Oh, I'm only just
The
an
sun, the
audition.
sun.
So yeah, she's starting with proselytizing and trying to convert them to create a new cult or religion, sort of within the cult of the sun, and just starting to get things set into motion to work against both Lady Clave and those that she distrusts and kind of labels the enemies of the the cult of the sun's son.
And what do you want to roll for that?
What do I want to roll for that? That's a good question. I guess command. I think this is command. She's just going to start asserting herself as a leader out of emotion. It's not really something she ever did before, but she's, I don't know, something kind of snapped inside her. And she's resolved to do this, and so she's going to command the followers to follow her and work towards these goals and worship Alias together.
Okay. Make your roll then.
That's just a straight up command roll.
Yeah. I mean, you can push yourself if you want.
Oh, she's going to push herself.
All right. Take 2 stress and roll with an extra dice then.
Yeah. She's going loopy a bit and actually starting to behave a bit more like Alias did. So that's 3d6.
Yep.
A 6 and a 5.
Ooh. Okay. 6 towards your long-term project is... I think it's 3 slices on the clock, but I might be wrong.
It looks like that. 3 segments.
Sorry about this, my copy of the rulebook's falling apart.
That's okay. I hope you're appreciating this, Nick.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm set on a path to get well. I don't intentionally mean to get Agatha killed, but I'm pretty sure this is going to get her killed.
Or everyone else killed in Agatha, the sole survivor.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Oh, this is
Agatha
fantastic.
is like, yeah.
Oh, here we are. Yeah, that's 2 segments for 5. Wait, did you say 5?
6.
Oh, 6. Yep, that's 3 segments, sorry.
It was a 6 and a 5, yes. So that's 3 segments of 4 for stage 1.
Yep.
Nice.
And what does
And obviously...
what does stage 1 mean again, exactly?
So stage 1 is just sort of finding out who's sort of going to be loyal to your cause. So
Yeah.
basically just allowing you to scope out who's going to be part of your little sub cult,
Yeah.
and then you can work on another when that's done, you can work on a long-term project to sort of expand your faction.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, okay. That sounds great. I mean, I did not expect things to go this way, but I feel it's such a drastic change in how this campaign has suddenly gone. I feel like it's appropriate for Agatha to have this character development.
That's fair. Yeah. To be honest, when Nick said he wanted to kill off his character, I wasn't really sure how it would end up going.
Oh, Nick, you wanted to kill off.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
I initially thought maybe I'd retire Alias, because Alias was getting to the point where he was basically unplayable with the amount of trauma he had. And I was like, you know, it's been fun, but he's getting too ridiculous now. I need a new character. And I thought of this assassin, and then I thought, well, hang on a minute. What if the assassin kills the old one? And then everything else was all Brie. Like, that whole party, the whole situation. All I knew was at some point Alias was going to die. And that was it. I didn't know how or anything like that. So it was a huge surprise to me as well.
And thus the cycle continues now. Agatha has become the traumatized one who is going to get herself killed.
Did you wait? Did you have another downtime activity?
Yeah, I guess that was my first one.
Yep. What would you like to do for the second?
Can it be more of the same?
Oh, yep. You can take another roll.
I mean, I don't know what I was.
You will probably want to do your vice, because now you've got a trauma. You've got to, otherwise you take more stress.
Oh yeah.
That's true. Yeah. I guess that's true. I'm going to go see Alias's spirit and join him in pursuing the lady spirits.
Summon the spectral wingman.
I mean, she's like, her reasoning is like she must avenge his corporeal form, but she'll still be connected with him in a spirit form.
Fair. Okay, so roll your lowest attribute then.
My lowest attribute. That's a bit confused now. Wait, I need to check vice in the. So, lowest attribute from attribute meaning insight, prowess, resolve.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, and your
insight is a lowest in it. I have one in study. That's it. So I guess that's.
Okay. Yep, that would be your lowest then. So, yep, your amount of dots is how many of your actions you have at least one dot in.
So that's 1d6. And it's a 5.
Okay, how much stress did you have?
I had 4 built up after getting the job.
Okay, so that is what's called overindulgence.
Oh no.
So the good news is you don't have any stress anymore. The bad news is fool that I am, I thought I was done with the book and put it and closed it.
It says attract trouble, or brag, or get lost, or you get tapped out for your vice.
Yeah, that was it. Okay, so attract trouble, select or roll an additional entanglement, brag about your exploits and bring about some more heat. Can't really see how you'd be bragging.
I don't think so.
Brag to the ghosts, they don't really care.
That'd be an Alias sort of thing, yeah.
Lost, you disappear and you have to play a new character. Your current preparer cut you off.
Could be hilarious. The ghosts are just like, no. We're sore.
Yeah. Or the ghosts are like, Okay, Agatha, you need to chill. This is an intervention.
I think that would be the case.
It's like a spectral banner over the top that says
Yeah, I think
intervention.
the spirits have recognized that something has gone wrong, that she's changed, that she's using her powers recklessly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the spirits, your usual sort of contacts, think you need to chill a bit, and they're sort of, not returning your ghost calls. They're ghosting you. It was right there.
I see Alias isn't keeping up his end of the bargain.
So.
Unreliable even in death.
Yes. So you'll have to do something to re-establish your connection there. Or maybe find a new source.
Find a new source. Can Alias be the new source?
Could be.
I mean...
I think that can be sorted out in the next session, though.
Yeah, have one ghost as Alias.
That was really good fun, though. I enjoyed that a
Yeah,
lot.
it's amazing.
And masterfully handling the death of my character after I gave you a ridiculously difficult proposition. Like, to actually manage, like, as soon as other players get involved.
Yeah, I wasn't really sure how, I was kind of, uncertain, because obviously, if another player rolled really high, I wouldn't want to just straight up veto it and say, okay, but Alias is still dead.
So you're saying,
Yeah.
what you're saying is, if we were extremely lucky, Alias could still be alive.
Yeah, it is all your fault.
Yep. Yeah.
Well,
If,
yeah. I
if
could
you,
say it was that way.
like, obviously the doctor said, basically, like, only if a super duper mega expert was there in the next 15 seconds. So, like, if someone got a crit and it was a really good argument, I'd have allowed it.
And
And-
honestly, like,
Alias would have just got sent to prison or something, I don't know.
but honestly, like, first of all, how am I supposed to defend against the gas attack? And second of all, I was trying to get laid. I figured Alias would appreciate that.
Ghost Alias is looking on like a force ghost, like when you're successfully going out on a date with. It was one of the not
the
clowns,
jesters.
the jesters. That's it.
Yep.
My brain's just like clowns. Yeah, when you're going out on one of the jesters, like just over your shoulder, there's this force ghost nodding in approval. Right. Well, I should stop the stream here because I am melting.
One last question.
Oh, okay.
One last question. To Bree, can I get back that fine pistol that I gave Alias?
Yes.
Awesome. I've
Right.
stolen your pistol.
I've got to stop. I'm melting, like, after the costume change and this light, I'm melting. But thank you so much for running this, Brie. And I'm really looking forward to the next session. It's going to be fantastic. And thank you, Summer, and thank you, Iris, also for playing along, because this has been, like, this has been an unusual one. And mainly because of me, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
It's been amazing. God, I did not expect it. And I did not expect I could roleplay like that, but just inspiration came.
That was really good. Right. Let us go to the bye-bye screen and say goodnight. There's obviously no raid, but we will still go to the bye-bye screen. That noise makes me jump every time. Next week, we'll go to Icons. They're getting into the more interesting areas inside the Mirror Run, where dangerous beasties lurk. Who knows what we'll find next? A huge thank you to my supporters. Thank you so much, all of you, and